Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, Tuesday, May 17th. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. May we have our announcement from Mr. Cielas?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para poder interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. Now we are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. And as you know, and you can see by the numbers of people in this room, that we often celebrate very different types of the month of. And in honor of this being Older Americans Month, I have asked Supervisor John Phillips to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's kind of a cheap shot, Madam Chair. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I know I'm going to end up paying for that. Are there any additions and corrections to the agenda?
There is one. There's a revision to item number 38 under the general government consent calendar, which is in receipt of a revised board report and an attached resolution.
Thank you. I also would like to add an adjourn in honor, or actually I should say adjourn in memory of Juan Martinez. And now we will go to ceremonial resolutions. We have three. All three are going to be presented. So before we do the presentations, I'll see if there are any board comments on the resolutions for today.
I'll move approval of our resolution calendar.
Thank you. I'll second that. And is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the ceremonial resolutions before we get into the presentations? Okay, seeing none come forward, then we'll do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We're going to change the order and we will ask Supervisor Askew if she would please do the first one, which is to adopt a resolution proclaiming May as National Bike Month in Monterey County. And I noticed she's wearing her spiffy little bike t-shirt today.
Okay, I'd like to invite my friends from TMZ to come up and join me. And I do have my bike shirt on, so we're celebrating today. I'm honored to proclaim May as National Bike Month in Monterey County. Whereas we have 57 million adult cyclists in the United States, and where we know that recreational cycling is a safe, low-impact aerobic activity for all ages, and that outdoor bicycle recreation became even more important during the COVID-19 pandemic. Creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, quality of life, and it grows our economy here in Monterey County by attracting ecotourism dollars. The County of Monterey acknowledges that bicycling to work or school is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption. The County of Monterey has been incredibly supportive of the Safe Routes to School programs, which encourage children to bicycle and walk to school to develop lifelong skills and independence. The County of Monterey applauds the cyclists, community organizations, individuals, volunteers, and professionals associated with cycling for promoting bicycle safety and the benefits of cycling. And I will just say I got an e-bike during the pandemic and have taken to riding it all over town. It has fundamentally changed how I get around. And we do have e-bike rebate programs still available through Monterey Bay Air District, as well as 3CE. So we're doing our best to make bicycling available to everyone, while also working really hard in partnership with TAMSI to increase safety and accessibility for anyone who wants to utilize an active mode of transportation. So I'll pass the mic over to Ariana Green, who is our Safe Routes to School coordinator and many other active transportation programs with the Transportation Agency for a few comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. It's a pleasure to be here. And actually, in celebration of Bike Month, I brought some bike bells for supervisors or others who want to partake. My role with the Transportation Agency is that I get to work on making our streets safer for children. And I think that if we make our streets safe for a child to walk or bike on, we're making it safer for everyone to enjoy those streets. And there's evidence that streets that are designed with safe bicycle facilities are safer for pedestrians, and they're also better for drivers too. The more people you have on bikes, the fewer cars you're going to have on the road. So we've got a lot of work to do. We need more bike facilities. We're actively working on it and applying for grants this month. And it's just an honor to be part of that, and so appreciative of the board of being so supportive of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in this county. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And we'll take a couple pictures. Just want to say thank you again. And if you want to go for a bike ride, give me a call. I'll join you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Whoops. And thank you, Ariana and Teresa and the team from TAMSI. Congratulations. And now it is my turn to get to present a resolution. And this morning I am going to be presenting a resolution to adopting EMS week for the days of May 15th to 21st. And we have Teresa Rios, the Bureau Chief of Health, who is going to be here to accept the award. And I will have you hold this and I'll read some of the whereases. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And with the access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including prevention, medicine, follow-up, care, and access to telemeds. There are many other whereases here that I know that you are well aware of. And I think therefore we will go to be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on behalf of the county and all of the residents proclaims this week, May 15 to 21, as Emergency Medical Services Week in Monterey County. And I hope that you will be willing to make a couple of comments. Thank you so much for being here to accept this resolution.
Thank you so much. We have had 2 very trying years with COVID-19 that has definitely taxed our EMS system. We thank you for recognizing the work that everybody in the EMS system does. And on behalf of our partners and our team at the EMS, I proudly accept this resolution.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And now we are going to adopt a resolution. This is an important one, proclaiming the month of May as Older Americans Month in Monterey County, recognizing the Administration for Community Living's national theme of Age My Way. And I'm happy to have with us today Area Agency on Aging Planner Ronald Lee, and Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council members Richard Kuhn, Jessica McKillop, Jose Vasquez, and Kathy Bell Barlow. So please, everyone, come on up. And I see we also have Teresa over here, Margie. We've got all kinds of folks here today. So I will read some of the whereases, and then I'll present the resolution, and you can make comments as you wish. Whereas John F. Kennedy first designated May as Senior Citizens Month in 1963, the Older Americans Act, OAA, was signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson on July 15, 1965. In 2016, Congress reauthorized the act in its entirety, effective through 2019. And in March of 2020, the act was reauthorized through 2024. And whereas older individuals rely on federal and state programs, such as programs under Social Security, including Medicare and Medicaid programs for financial security and high-quality, affordable health care, while the recent reauthorization of the OAA includes provisions to remove barriers due to aging and ableism. The Monterey County Board of Supervisors further recognizes the extraordinary impact older individuals make to our communities through their volunteer efforts to the many nonprofit organizations that provide services to our unique, culturally rich and diverse community of people in our county, of which there are more than 87,273 people that are 60 years of age and older, up 3.2% since last year. The Older Americans Act has provided essential home, community-based, and supportive services while protecting our vulnerable population against abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Age their way, living independently with dignity by choice, complementing existing healthcare systems, preventing hospital readmission, while sustaining most of their basic activities of daily living. The County of Monterey is home to a thriving community of older individuals, as every community is stronger when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are included, encouraging unique contributions while ensuring culturally diverse lives for our future generations. Older individuals in the Monterey County play important roles in society by continuing to contribute their experience, knowledge, wisdom, and accomplishments while playing vital roles in their communities, remaining in the workforce, engaged in volunteer work, participating in the arts and cultural activities, specifically activities relating to mentorship and civic engagement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all its residents thereof, hereby joins the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council in recognizing the month of May 2022 as Older Americans Month, urging every resident to take time to celebrate older individuals and the people who serve them as powerful and vital individuals who contribute greatly to our Monterey County communities. So with that, I will hand the resolution over. and you'll be the one to speak. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I have a few prepared comments. I don't want to forget anyone, so I'm going to read them. I'm Ron Lee, the planner with the Area Agency on Aging. This month, we celebrate Older Americans Month as older Americans play an important role in our lives by sharing their experience and wisdom, as stated in the resolution. The following Area Agency on Aging partners play an integral role in providing supports and services for adults in Monterey County. We have outreach, ombudsman, high cap, health insurance counseling, and a variety of other services through the hub by the Alliance on Aging. We have caregiver support services that are provided by the Alzheimer's Association, the Health Project Center, and Del Mar Caregiver Resource Center. We have nutritional services that are provided by Alisal Unified School District, Me Memorial Hospital, Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula, Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley, and the North County Regional Park District. We have legal services that are available through Legal Services for Seniors, services to address the digital divide by lobes, fishes, and computers, and the many partners who manage our senior day activity and apartment complexes, including the Housing Authority of Monterey County, CHISPA, Oldemeyer Senior Center in Seaside, Dickman Community Center in Monterey, Firehouse Community Center in Salinas, and the Prunedale and Castroville Senior Centers. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication by Monterey County Department of Social Services staff in administering our in-home supportive services, adult protective services, SSI advocacy services, and administering the Area Agency on Aging. Lastly, I really want to thank the AAA, the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council, particularly Bobby Blakeney, for drafting this resolution. And I just want to acknowledge that present in the board chambers today, we have Jose Vasquez and Jessica McKillop, and I believe remotely we have Richard Kewen and Kathy Del Barlo. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think I will see if my colleagues would like to make some comments, and then we'll have pictures, should you wish. Supervisor Phillips, would you like to make any comments today?
No comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
There's a joke here, but I won't take the low-hanging fruit. I'll say thank you to each of you for your commitment to really make sure that our seniors, our older Monterey County citizens have a voice through every process. Jessica, I know that during COVID, this board pushed you to be in constant contact with us to make sure that we were getting folks to vaccines, getting vaccines where they needed to be, and especially finding those folks who had barriers to access. So thank you for your work. We know it's been a couple tough years, really zooming around the world in a different way, but thank you for your continued efforts to make sure that every voice in Monterey County is heard.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudescu.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think that watching the statistics that show how our population is aging is really compelling and forces us to think about our policies and our systems in a different way. And just earlier where we had our bicycling resolution, you know, when we're making streets safer for people on bicycles, we're also making them safer for a mom with a stroller, as well as making them safer for someone who is mobility impaired or trying to navigate around town with a walker because they can't drive or navigate in other ways. And so the advocacy that you are providing to force us to change our policies and systems to accommodate the changing needs of our older population really does benefit everyone in the community. And so I'm committed to continuing to do the policy work that will allow us to have better quality of life for my mom and grandparents, as well as for future generations who will also benefit from the decisions that we make that improve the lives of our seniors. So thank you so much for the work that you do. And it's an honor to celebrate you today.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Lejo, have you any comments?
Yeah, I would just weigh in on behalf of my residents here in Salinas. Just thank everybody for the great work and the leadership to making sure that we'll continue to prioritize and address the needs of our senior population, which is a critical and very important segment of our communities. We look at the entire family. Many of us, and we cherish our parents and our grandparents, and we got to make sure we're delivering key services for them as well in all the decisions that we make. So appreciate all your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lejo. And I realized that I did not ask for board comment on our EMS resolution. So we're going to take pictures and then we'll come back to the board for any comments on the Emergency Medical Services Week. My apologies. You would like to come together and we can, and is there anyone else who wants to make comment?
Thank you, Charles McKee, for suggesting that I join the ITN, and you'll be hearing more about that later, as a volunteer on the steering committee for North County. And I've made some new friends and another volunteer job to add to my resume.
Well, I was going to do it later, but I'll go ahead and do it now. Thank you very much for this acknowledgement. And I'd like to take this time to acknowledge the staff and the volunteers at Alliance on Aging who have done this work for over 52 years. We couldn't do it without them, and they do amazing work, and they do tax preparation. All of the services that Ron mentioned are done primarily by volunteers. So I really want to say thank you to them. And thank you to our local foundations who have supported us that entire time, our loyal donors, our wonderful partners, the AAA, Monterey Behavioral Health, TAMC. Without them, we would not be able to continue to do what we do. So, and on that note, I just like to invite you all to come visit our hub, which is our newest innovation at 236 Monterey Street. It's a one-stop model of service for seniors, and we have 6 tenant partners on site. ITN is one of them, and Jessica will talk a little bit more about that, but we'd love to have you there. It's a wonderful, fun place. We have activities, we have a conference room, we have an internet cafe, and it's a great place to re-engage seniors coming out of this COVID world. And so we're thrilled to be able to host it, and would love to have you come visit.
Michael, my name is Jose Vázquez. I am a member of the Triple Eight. I would like to make some recommendation for this committee. We need some kind of a little office, like for example, in Greenfield, Salinas, Soledad, and King City, to give more information to the senior citizens. What can I do? Something to help it. Maybe the supervisor make a little office, because the senior citizen really don't have any office or we can go to Guadalajara problems. The senior citizen in Monterey County got a lot of problems. A lot of people they steal the money. A lot of people don't take care with him. We need to go again with the doctors. I would like to go this kind of information in Spanish and English, because the AAA working too hard. All these people to see right here working too hard for the senior citizens. And thank you very much.
I'll save my comments for public comment about ITN. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to be serving on the AAA. I've been the legislative and advocacy chair for 2 terms, so just over 4 years, and I'm very proud of what ITN Monterey County, or what the Monterey County Board of Supervisors continues to do, and this resolution is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So my name is Reina, and I am the outreach person for Alliance on Aging. And I am sorry that I haven't reached you, but I have 28 sites in Monterey County. I have 3 sites in Greenfield and in Soledad. We're still reaching out to more seniors, and my job is to make sure that all the seniors in Monterey County know about all the services that we provide. And thank you so much for you taking care of our seniors and their needs.
Thank you so much. Thank all of you very much for being with us here today. And a special thanks to Teresa Sullivan, who has given so many years of her life to working with seniors and making their lives much better in our community. Thank you so much. What did you say? We're all doing it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one last. Madam Chair, while you're taking those photos, I just have one last comment. I know there's been a lot of accolades here, and I think they're all appropriate. One last one I think we should make is thank the Department of Social Services and Ron Lee in particular for all the work he's done, because he's definitely a standout.
I'm not sure, you're not mic'd up, so I'm not sure he can hear you, but I'll just say, Teresa, to you and the entire team, thank you.
Yeah.
We know that it hasn't been an easy couple of years, and, you know, with, yes, COVID, but even beyond that, just the changing landscape in healthcare is also embattling EMS. And so we appreciate everything you've done to keep Monterey County citizens access to that critical care open in those moments when we know it's most needed. So thank you for your efforts, and tell your entire team that this board appreciates them.
I concur. We do appreciate all you do.
And I'll add that when we talk about the county's mandate to ensure for the public safety of our residents, that public safety includes having high quality services arrive when you need them most, and you make that happen. So we appreciate and value the way that you keep our community healthy and safe. Thank you.
So Supervisor Alejo, any comments?
No, thank you.
Well, I'll try to keep it on track a little bit better now. Thank you again so much, Teresa, for the work that all of you do at EMS. It really has been a challenging couple of years, and I know that it's not over yet. So while we feel like we've had a bit of a chance to catch our breath, it's really rewarding to know that the people at EMS like yourself will be ready to stand tall again as we face the next wave of whatever it might be. So on behalf of all of us, thank you again so much for what you do. Thank you. And now we will close that item and move on to appointments. We have 9 appointments today, and they're all listed in your agenda packet. I will ask for my colleagues if there's anyone who wishes to make a comment on the appointments.
With the majority being from District 3, I'm happy to make the motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on any of the appointments today. Seeing none nor hands raised, I will accept that, and please ask for a roll call.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could I have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, Ruascu, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We have one item today. It is a consent item. If anyone wishes to speak into this item by phone, you could press *9 to raise your hand, and then press *6 to unmute yourself. Are there any board comments on this consent calendar item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Okay, with that, we will need to take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And now I will look to County Council to see if you have any readout from closed session this morning.
There is no reportable action from closed session, Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, I will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. And I think we have to have another roll call for that.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, Ruascu, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much for that. And now we will go to the consent calendar, items number 27 through 43. Again, I will come out to the board to see if there's any member of the board that would like to pull anything or comment on any of the items on consent today. Look at Supervisor Ruascu.
I have 2 items to pull for question.
For questions?
32 and 41, please.
32 and 41. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I had a question on 32 only because we got some information lately that things weren't going well in the process, but probably Supervisor Alejo could tell us more about that. So
thank you. Supervisor Lopez, is there anything you wish to pull for question or comment? Okay, nor I. Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull anything from our consent calendar today? Not seeing anything. Are you seeing any hands? I'm seeing no hands either. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and approve all of the items for consent other than items 32 and 41, and then we'll come back, ask questions, and have discussion on those two items.
Move consent to accept for 32 and 41.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now let's go to item 32.
And should I start?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So 32 is our Watsonville Community Hospital, identifying the additional $1 million of dollars of funding. We had made a commitment of $3 million towards the purchase of Watsonville Community Hospital to keep it open and operating, and had identified $1 million of that to come from Natividad reserves, $1 million to come from cannabis reserves. The third million has been identified as a source of funds from the health department. And I just wanted to get some clarification about what source of funds the health department is able to use, and what we would have otherwise been using health department funding for. I was a little bit concerned about seeing the $1 million coming from health department funding. So I just wanted to get some clarification to that point.
Thank you. Mr. McKee?
Well, I'm hoping that Mr. Vega and or Ms. Jimenez are on the Zoom who can answer those questions.
Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board, members of the public. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I can't see if Mr. Vega is on, but maybe I can begin to answer that question. So, as was discussed when this item was first presented to the board in response to the referral, as indicated in the staff report, the board directed $1 million out of Natividad, $1 million out of cannabis, and then $1 million from another source to be determined. After several discussions with the, I'm sorry, somebody muted me. Was I supposed to stop talking?
You do not appear to be muted from this side.
Okay. Okay, great. I got
Keep
a little
talking.
prompt. I was like, okay, Elsa, be quiet. After a few discussions with the budget office, we were able to find $1 million in one of our specific funds, which is our whole person care fund. When the county became part of the state's pilot, we set a separate accounting string to be able to track those dollars specifically for ease and transparency with reporting to the state for those dollars. And some of the money that we earned during those years was titled as incentive fund. If we accomplished certain tasks during that year, we were able to secure dollars. So we are able to commit a one-time expenditure of $1 million towards the acquisition of the Watsonville Community Hospital out of that fund without significant impact to the health department's delivery of services for that specific population.
Did that answer your question, Supervisor?
Partially, and Elsa, not to put you on the spot, but would those funds are discretionary then for any use within behavioral health? And what would we have, like, what are other things that we would have been using those funds for that we will no longer have access to use those funds for?
So those dollars are for the health department. Our whole person care pilot was operated out of our public health bureau, not our behavioral health bureau. What we are using those dollars for are also to help support the transition from whole person care to enhanced care management. You may recall that our county opted to continue being a part of that CalAIM under ECM. And so some of those dollars will help to support the transition of our home visiting public health nursing model transition from whole person care to ECM. So further supporting the expenses associated with serving the clients that were under whole person care and have transitioned to ECM, as well as being able to receive and accept new referrals for the current population that's under CalAIM for enhanced care management.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just my comment would be that I do find it concerning that this was the best source of funds that we could find to fulfill the final $1 million obligation that we committed to. Things like, and I wish that this would have been considered as part of our consideration when we talked about fund balance that was obligated earlier in the year, or some of the additional cannabis dollars that we would have had available, or even looking at Natividad additional reserves. We have significant needs, and our whole person care program is really doing the on the ground work to address some of our homeless community needs and our most vulnerable community needs. So I'm uncomfortable with the commitment of funding from this source, although I do believe that we have a responsibility to fulfill that $3 million that we committed to. I just wish that we could have had some additional options available to us that were considered within the context of other decisions that were being made.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Phillips, you also had questions on this item.
Yeah, initially, I'll support it, but initially, I had a concern about the $3 million. I think we put in, I thought we ought to put in $2 million, because we put in more than Santa Cruz County or Watsonville, which is where the greater source of patients come from. But just recently, I got a couple of emails and started off flagged by Supervisor Alejo that the purchase of the Watsonville hospital had kind of hit a snag. And so I'm just wondering if anybody's got some information about that. I don't want to put $3 million into something that's not going to work.
So I'm happy to see Supervisor Alejo has his hand raised.
Yeah. I haven't heard about any snag, Supervisor Phillips. In fact, my last conversation with Carlos Palacios, the Santa Cruz County CAO, said that they are only short. They've raised enough to do the purchase. What is remaining is other $15 million that they need for the cash flows. So that is what the remaining portion that they're fundraising for, that would make the purchase viable, because they do need that cash flow. And so here we are in May. They have the next 3 months till the end of August to try to raise that additional amount. I know they're also in discussions with the Pajaro Valley Community Health Trust, and that was the health trust that was created when the Watsonville Community Hospital was originally sold as a nonprofit into the private sector. So they're trying to have discussions about realigning that, and perhaps using that as an entity to help with that additional fundraising, but also to be that kind of arm to the Watsonville Community Hospital moving forward. It has a different mission now, but just like Natividad and SVMH have their foundations that support the hospital's missions, they're trying to realign this health trust to serve a similar purpose. And so that's what we're trying to work on. And I've been in touch with some of the community, some of the board members to try to urge that, because we think that's going to be a critical piece for this to be successful for the hospital's future.
Supervisor, I received a tweet from you this morning that was referencing an article in the Wall Street Journal that unfortunately I was not able to open and read about this particular subject. Can you just shed a little light on that from the Wall Street Journal's article?
Yeah,
My expectation is you had an opportunity to read it.
It was an older article, but it just talks about some of the struggles for community hospitals when they do certain types of lease back options, where I think this was the factor for the last owners that hadn't previously ran an office, that some of the agreements that they had resulted in the situation that they're in now. But it's not a unique problem. This has been an ongoing challenge with some of these investors that buy hospital properties and then lease them back for an unreasonable amount.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on item number 32? Questions or comments?
So I guess I would just ask if any of my colleagues share the concerns that I'm raising and have interest in looking at other sources of funding for this.
I would say I'm comfortable moving this forward as time is of the essence here, but we did have this previous conversation, and I know Natividad's reserves are very healthy in the amount of over $200 million, but the board decided that they wanted to find another source rather than utilizing a reserve that is very strong and could easily come from that amount. But because of the previous discussion, I'm comfortable moving forward with this, and I want to thank Ms. Jimenez and the Health Department for stepping up, knowing that this is not a situation I think none of us want to be in. We'd love to use the money on other things, but this is a crisis situation if we're going to keep this hospital open, and we only have 3 more months to raise that remainder $15 million to make this fly.
Supervisor Lopez? You're good. So my only question is, from the other kind of comments that we've been hearing, is that if this does not work, are those of us who have made pledges going to be receiving their pledge? I guess we would not fulfill the pledge if the whole thing blows up, if they're not able to get the 15 million and they're taken over by one of the kinds of hedge funds that I know have taken over some of the other hospitals around. I don't know if that is going to happen or not, but at this point, at any rate, we know what we have on our on the calendar. And I think that it might be necessary or important for us to have a separate vote on item 32. You want to do 41?
To do 41 as well.
Okay.
And so 41 is our housing trust fund. And I know that our staff has put a ton of work into moving this project forward. And I guess I just had a couple of questions. I understand this was presented to the 3H commission or committee, and that there were some concerns about pursuing a regional application. And so what's coming to us today is a county only application. And I was just wondering if anyone could enlighten me and help me understand what those concerns were. And if there are any dollars that we're leaving on the table by not pursuing a regional application and by pursuing a county only application instead.
Supervisor, ask you, I don't know if that question was directed to staff or the members of the 3H committee, but Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director, I can weigh in on that conversation. I think the concern of the 3H committee was that the program for a regional housing trust fund wasn't fully developed. And so the uncertainty of that was in question. But more to the point of eligibility for a regional housing trust fund, currently, because the number of participants in the population of the unincorporated county, together with the jurisdictions within the county, we aren't able to submit an application because we weren't able to get the partner agencies to participate. So we're going to go it alone, and hopefully through the direction of the board today, submit an application for a local housing trust fund.
Eric, would we have had opportunity to request additional money by having a regional application?
We would. Whatever you put in, you get out. So through additional participation, we could have capitalized additional funds by doubling that. The thought was that whatever the agency puts in, it gets out. But through the establishment of a program, it could be handled differently. But again, because it was premature, I think there was concern at the 3H committee on how that was going to be ultimately implemented.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just a follow-up question would be, what do we have in place, or what are we planning to do? The Housing Trust Fund program has been around for a while, so I don't think it was a surprise that we had an opportunity to submit a regional application. What do we need to do as a county to ensure that we have those partnerships ready to go so that we're not leaving state money on the table in the future?
Well, with this, the hope is that it'll propel us to at least develop a local housing trust fund program, and then we can use that to model a regional off of. I think that's what needs to happen first before we really go after the funding. There's actually, it is more competitive to have it developed before you go after the funding sources. And so that's the hope. Then once we get the county program in place, then we'll be reaching out with our partner jurisdictions, including MBAP, and speaking to the jurisdictions in order to get their input and buy-in into the program. I think some are a little hesitant because, one, they don't have the funds. For example, King City, they've used the funds that they were going to put into the project and other projects like the Home Key application that was recently awarded. So a little more time to prepare. We have a year now until the next NOFA goes out, so we'll be meeting with those partner agencies.
Okay, great. And I know that we've also had trouble filling all of our staffing positions and housing in the county. So if there's additional support that you need in order to get those positions filled so that we have capacity to do this kind of critical coordination work with our neighboring cities. I know that housing is a priority stated of this board, and it's a priority that we share with our cities. And so figuring out the right way for us to collectively leverage every dollar available so that we can get the affordable housing match money that we need to move forward with additional affordable housing, I think is a top priority from where I sit. So if you need support in making that happen, please let us know what you need so that we can help you make those things happen moving forward. Thank you. And I'm happy to support. Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I just needed to ask some additional questions and make sure that we're all clear about the fact that we are leaving money on the table by not having had the time and the effort to be able to do the collaborative process at this point.
So if I could, coming from committee here, I'll just say that, we did look at the historical applications and the creation of the Housing Trust Fund. This isn't our first go round, but we never had the support or people come to it and it work out. We've had a lot of great words, but when it came down to actions, we didn't see the partnerships that we've been looking for. And at the end of the day, what was proposed to us in that moment was this more robust package about shifting responsibilities from communities who don't have perhaps water or land to other communities. And that's not something we had an interest in supporting out of committee, to start taking that obligation to other communities. And so there was a larger discussion happening on the politics around what a fund could start to foster in terms of moving obligations around our community as a county. And that was of major concern without a more robust policy discussion with all the potential partners, because a lot of the support was coming from very specific communities.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I was just going to add some background. I don't know if Eric could add to this, but this Board of Supervisors did support the creation of a housing trust fund that was created by MBEP about 3 or 4 years ago, and we contributed $500,000.
It was 2017. Yeah.
Right. So even 5 years ago. But since then, that money was sitting there, and the way they structured that housing trust fund didn't really fly. I think it was the interest rates and other factors that caused affordable housing developers or just other housing developers not to utilize that trust fund. So even when Anastasia was with the county, she had expressed that we needed to create a different model that would be more effective. And I think this is where we're at today. I think we got our money back. So I think that's going into this trust fund, but I don't know if Eric could add to that, because there was a history of supporting a previous effort that didn't really work as intended. So we're having to reshape this to hopefully make it better and hopefully draw down more of the state funding that became available for housing trust funds for local governments.
Your characterization, Supervisor Alejo, is accurate. The county has received $370,000 back from the Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund, is what it was called at that time. And there was challenges receiving participants or investors because they were loans, they were short-term and near market rate. And so there wasn't a big incentive or attraction to those loans. And so we didn't have a lot of participants.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you for the discussion and for the additional information. I think it is something that's deserving of our attention and focus and discussion as we move forward, and to try to find a way. And Supervisor Lopez, there are political realities to all of these things. And I think that from where we sit, we have a duty and a responsibility to figure out how to work together to move us all forward collectively. So I'm on board to keep doing that work with you and bring our communities together. And with that, I'll move approval of 40, whatever the numbers were.
32 and 41.
Thank you. 32 and 41.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll have it be Supervisor Alejo. Can we please? Yes.
Madam Chair, on 32, the only caveat I have on that is the question that you raised about the money. I will have the money there for them if the the purchase goes through and everything goes through. But if I did see some things that saying there was some problems there. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose $3 million if the deal doesn't come through.
So I guess that's a question I would ask Mr. McKee was the 3 million a pledge? Or have we written any checks?
I'm not aware of us writing any checks at this point because the board hasn't authorized the transfer. I'd have to go back and listen to the specific direction from the board at that time to determine whether it was money that was going to be just pledged contingent upon all the other, pieces going forward, as Supervisor Phillips mentioned, or whether it was money that was going to be sent over to the PAHRO agency. I know that they need to have at least acknowledgement of a pledge to say that it wouldn't be that the money is there. I think at a minimum, whether they actually have to have the dollars in hand before any transfer, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else?
Well, I think we're saying they have the money, and as soon as they sign the deal and it's a deal, we'll have it for them. But I think it ought to be held in some kind of escrow for them.
Sure. So, Mr. Supervisor, I think that's fine if the board wants to give that direction that I don't think we have to put it in an escrow necessarily, but if we've already indicated to them that that the Board of Supervisors here in Monterey County has approved that funding. They have used that commitment when they went into the bankruptcy court to become basically the selected entity to purchase the assets out of bankruptcy. So, the board is not indicating that they would reverse course on that.
Right.
It's just that I think your request is that we hold the money contingent upon the full transfer actually happening.
Correct.
And if that's the board's direction, we would certainly go. I don't know what, I'd have to go back, like I said, and listen to the prior board's action to see if that's inconsistent with the prior board's action.
So could you guide us then on what it is that we need to do today to ensure that that happens? Do we need to change the approval for what we've got on the consent calendar?
Right. So what I would recommend is leaving what you have on the consent calendar at this time and have us go back and both listen to the recording to see what the prior board's action was, and also discuss with Santa Cruz County and the PAHRO entity to see what their needs are at this time. To see if there's an issue with us holding the money until the transfer happens, or whether they need the actual money at this time. And then we would come back to the Board of Supervisors if we have to do something different.
Okay.
I agree with that, Madam Chair. I think today the important part was identifying where the other million comes from, but we should have some discussion with CAO Palacios just to figure out the timing of when they need it and to making sure it's going to be at a more definite point in time where they really will need it in order to make that purchase. And I think we have the time to be able to clarify that.
Thank you.
Good.
Sorry, I'm getting some communication from Ms. Jimenez, our health director, that they are making monthly payments at this point. As far as I'm guessing, out of the bankruptcy proceedings, that they may have had a requirement to do so. So I'm going to ask Ms. Jimenez, our health director, to reach out to Santa Cruz County and the PAHRO organization to find out what their needs are, and then if they're different than what the board has authorized, we will come back and seek further direction.
Looking at all of my colleagues to see whether we are in consensus.
Okay.
All right. Okay, then we have items number 32 and 41 on the consent calendar. Could we have a motion to approve those two items?
Yep, I made a motion.
Oh, you did. Thank you very much. And I think Supervisor Alejo seconded it. So then now we will go to a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams. Aye.
Thank you very much. And we'll look forward to getting that information, Mr. McKee. Thank you. Okay, at this point now, we will call for any general public comments on items that are not on today's agenda. And if you have called, if you are on Zoom and wish to make comments, you can do so by raising your hand, *9, or unmuting yourself, *6. But we have someone coming forward, and I think we will be able to welcome back Ms. McKillop. Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Jessica McKillop, the Executive Director for Independent Transportation Network, Monterey County. And I'm here to share the exciting news. As some of you know, as of January, we are celebrating 10 years of service on the peninsula and in the greater city of Salinas. And that's a ride 24/7, 365 for any reason, anywhere in our service area. Now we're expanding into rural communities, both south of Salinas with the project that we're calling Valley Line, and north to the Santa Cruz and San Benito County borders called North Line. And that is with funding and support from Measure X, and as an FTA pilot project site, which is allowing us to partner with the fantastic agency, also known as Alliance on Aging, who is doing outreach for us. And they're very well known for being boots on the ground and making those community connections. So we're blessed to have that partnership. We're looking to recruit volunteers at this time to drive. I've left you some flyers which talk about the programs, and we are going to continue that outreach each and every day. Right now, I do have a member online with me who is going to share our 30-second spot, which is airing on KION, Fox 35, and Telemundo. Thank you so much for your time and your support.
Thank you, Ms. McKillop. Okay.
Yeah, sure. It should be.
It's looking good. So far, so good. There we go.
Doesn't look like the audio is coming through. I don't know if she can hear me. Sherelle, if you can hear, you need to share the audio as well. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. We will look for the advertisement.
Thank you.
And I appreciate very much your giving us the handouts that you did. Thank you so much for your attention to this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could have your indulgence and go back to item 32 real quickly. I have heard back already. Ms. Jimenez has been communicating and gave me some information that apparently the Pajaro hospital, I can't remember their name, sorry, the Watsonville Hospital Group with the Santa Cruz County effort, they do need the money now. They are making monthly payments up to $2.5 million a month, so they do need the money at this time. So unless the board wants to reverse course or give different direction on item 32, we would just move forward as the item is written.
Do we want to it looks like Supervisor Phillips.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just here reauthorizing it and figuring out where it's coming from. And they're already, boy, I never seen money coming out of the county this fast.
Well, I think at this point, they're using other monies to make the payments, obviously not the money that Monterey County is putting forward. It's just, I think, part of the process coming out of the bankruptcy court and getting them up and running and being viable to trying to solicit the other monies in, as well as operating the hospital, making sure that it still stays open.
Okay,
But it
I
does
could
sound
see
like
something
they're-
falling apart and all our money went to attorney's fees or working on trying to bring the thing together. So.
Right. I don't disagree. I think there is still some risk that ultimately it doesn't come to fruition, and the hospital still may shut if they're not able to raise all the additional capital that they need. And the investment that we in Monterey County have put forward will hopefully be at least something that has been able to keep them open for the last several months to provide services to that community.
And just to clarify one point that was made, the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors put more than we did. They put $5 million, and also their staffing, their staffing cost, which I think they said is probably equal to about $300,000 to another $500,000 in staffing time, as they were the lead to help create the new health district, and they're still working very rigorously on getting this done. So I just wanted to clarify that point, because they did put in more than we did.
Right, and just to clarify, the money would then be transferred to the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District, the new district that was formed.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. We did go out for general public comments, not on items not on today's agenda, and we had no response to that. So with that, we're going to close item 15 and move on to our first scheduled item of the day. And that is, yes, sorry, Russ, I didn't see you. Go ahead. Did you have a comment you wish to make on an item not on today's agenda?
Yes, the public comment, sorry. Wes Weiss, Monterey County Homeless Union. I kind of missed the appointment piece too, where there's a guy, Andrew Sandoval, trying to get on the Housing Advisory Committee, and one reason or another, there's no supervisor willing to put him on, but we have willing community members trying to participate, which would be good. And there's a lot of vacancies, and we need more members there. Also, thank you for closing in Juan Martinez's honor. I only knew him for about maybe 7 years or something, but he became a really good friend of mine, and he was completely adamant about stopping the sweeps. So hopefully, you might take that in consideration. There's been no congruency between the Sheriff's Department or social services. No authenticity of follow through fruition. I mean, we're willing to shake a hand, but in all reality, they're criminals, current criminals, future criminals, no matter where they go, they're criminals. I mean, that's a problem we should be solving, is how do we actually legitimize people so that way they're not a problem anymore. We can free up resources, save money, and not actually be mean to people. I mean, our money should be going to stuff that's positive to begin with, vulnerable population with the National Older Americans Month. I mean, there's vulnerabilities. Any demographic you want to talk about, these folks, they're too poor to afford rent. I mean, if we care about these people, then we should be more concerned on how do we actually solve this problem. It's almost like we don't want to solve the problem because we need desperate people to pay more. I mean, it's weird how inflation operates, but it does. And it needs to be different. And our system, the way it's built on, it's never been built on democracy or transparency or accountability. It's like, what do you got? Give me it. It's mine. That's what freedom's been about. And that's not right. People deserve at least 400 square feet in a tent. They'll build their own house. We just need to legitimize people, and you need to stop sweeps. No more death on the streets, please.
Thank you, Mr. White. Are there any other comments on for public comments not on today's agenda? I will see no one coming forward and no hands raised online. Now I will go ahead and close item 15, move to item 16, which is to consider the Fish and Game Advisory Commission's recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for fiscal year 2021 Fish and Game Propagation Program grant fund awards, and adopt a resolution designating the applicants approved by the board. We have a presentation by Mr. Randy Ishii.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair, members of the board. As introduced, I am Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. With me today for the presentation are John Anthony, our Parks Ranger Supervisor, who is appearing via Zoom, and we're assisted by Enrique Saavedra, our Chief of Public Works. We have a brief presentation for you today, and with that, I will hand the floor to Park Ranger Supervisor John Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii.
Thank you, Randy. Good morning, Chair Adams and members of the board. I'm John Anthony, County Park Ranger Supervisor and the lead staff representative to the Monterey County Fish and Game Advisory Commission. Next slide. In today's presentation, we'll give you some background regarding this, a synopsis from the Fish and Game Code, the Fish and Game grant applications, a brief summary, the staff recommendation, and then I'll answer any questions. You go Back one, please. For background, the Department of Public Works, Facilities and Parks fiscal year 2021-2022 budget allocation for propagation grant awards is $40,000. These funds come from court-assigned fines from fish and wildlife code violations occurring within Monterey County. Annually, the Monterey County Fish and Game Advisory Commission reviews applications and makes a recommendation to the board for propagation grant funding awards. Next slide. The Fish and Game Code allows for the use of these funds for the purposes before you in this slide. This is also in your board report. This slide and the following one are a matrix of the applications received with a total of $42,035. This is also in your board report. In summary, 14 applications for fiscal year 2021-22 propagation grant funding were reviewed by the Monterey County Fish and Game Advisory Commission. One applicant withdrew. One application was recommended for funding with a stipulation that funding be deferred until July 2022. Monterey County Fish and Game Commission's recommendation to the board exceeds the fiscal year 21-22 funding allocation of $40,000 by $2,035. The staff recommendation for the fiscal year 2021-22 propagation grant funding award. Staff removed one application, the Gaines Project, from Monterey County Fish and Game Advisory Commission's recommendation, as it does not meet the public education criteria of the Fish and Game Code. Staff's award recommendation for 12 applicants totaling $39,535. This is within the allocated propagation program funding for fiscal year 2021-22 and conforms to state funding data criteria, Staff recommends the board adopt a resolution designating the grant application approved by the Board of Supervisors to receive funding award in the award amount as recommended by staff. Approve and authorize Public Works, Facilities and Parks Director or designee to execute required grant agreements with applicants approved by the board to receive grant funds and to distribute the funding awards. Awarding beyond the fiscal year is unprecedented and would be using funds that have not yet been budgeted. I'm now available for any of your questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, for your presentation. Is there any member of the board that wishes to ask a question or make a comment? Seeing none and no hands raised, is there any member of the public who would like to raise a hand or make any comment on this item today? Seeing none, Supervisor Lopez, are you playing with your microphone?
I did get some outreach from a couple of the commissioners regarding 13 on the list, which is the Gaines and Associates request. I'm wondering, the commission voted to recommend it. Was that vote split or was that unanimous?
There was one no vote and the rest were approving of it.
Okay. And so I'm assuming from reading the materials that I read public education, but then when I read this particular line item, it's educate legislators. Is that the issue? We're not dealing with the public in this particular project?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Supervisor Lopez, that is. It was in the grant application, it was noted that the grant funds would be used to educate legislators, which doesn't meet the public education requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments from any other supervisor? No. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? Yeah, I just want to thank staff for bringing the recommended fish and game grants forward. Though they are small, I appreciate all of the time and the work that has gone into putting them together. And the outdoor education and the habitat improvement projects, among other activities, are really great. I'm glad that the county is able to partner with these nonprofits and schools to get the projects done. On a separate comment, I want to suggest, and I'm not sure whether this would be from the Board of Supervisors or wherever else, but I'd like to suggest that we consider renaming the commission Fish and Wildlife to match the State Department's title of Fish and Wildlife as opposed to Fish and Game. So that, that's not on the agenda for today.
I'll
But
just say personally, I like them separate because then I know which ones we're talking about. Because sometimes folks say fish and wildlife, and I'm like, all right, we're talking state. But when they say fish and game, I know we're talking about the county committee because we do get a lot of correspondence from the state commission, which is fish and wildlife.
so I will take that comment. Thank you very much for that. Is there,
I'll move approval of the staff recommendation.
thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. And if we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Trishi.
Thank you.
And now we will go to item 17, which is to accept and approve the Emergency Medical Services Agency Annual Report for 2021. We have our biggest customer here again today, Teresa Rios.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Adams, members of the board. I am Teresa Rios, EMS Agency Director. With me, I have Deborah Hapgood, Management Analyst 3 for the EMS Agency, and also our designated MOAC. You've heard a lot from her lately with the COVID pandemic response. Today, we are here to present to your board our 2021 EMS Annual Report. We are grateful that you're giving us this opportunity to provide this presentation. As a way of background, the EMS agency is designated by the Board of Supervisors pursuant to Health and Safety Code 1797. We are true to our mission of leading the Monterey County EMS system through establishing highest standards of emergency medical care, system operations, and medical disaster preparedness for the benefit of the people of Monterey County. The EMS agency itself is a small team of highly professional individuals and very committed individuals to the system. But of course, the EMS system is a much, much larger system. Multiple agencies, starting with the EMS agency as the lead agency. We have internal stakeholders like Emergency Communications, our 911 system. We have 4 ambulance transport agencies. We have 2 air ambulance companies, 16 fire departments, 13 law enforcement agencies. We have 4 hospitals. Within those hospitals, we have 1 trauma center, our Natividad, and we have 2 STEMI receiving centers, CHOMP and SVMH, and 2 stroke centers as well with SVMH. The EMS agency has many responsibilities, and that's one of the reasons why we cannot do what we do on our own. So we rely a lot on our system partners. But just to give you a summary of some of the responsibilities that we have is that our overarching responsibility is to plan, implement, and evaluate the emergency medical services system. This is an area that is heavily regulated, and we get a lot of mandates from the state that we then in turn into policies and protocols to assure the medical control and oversight of the system. We designate the hospitals, the receiving hospitals, the base hospitals, and the specialty care centers like the trauma center, the STEMI, and the stroke receiving centers. We have a big responsibility with QI, quality improvement and quality assurance programs, constantly engaged in QA and QI to ensure that we monitor the system and that we find ways to continually improve the system. Oops. Oh, I'm going in the opposite direction now. We certify EMTs and accredit paramedics to provide care in Monterey County. One of the issues that we've had with COVID-19 has been a shortage of personnel. And that is true for hospitals and anything that COVID-19 has touched. But paramedics has been a long shortage of paramedics, and not just in Monterey County, everywhere. So we were prioritizing applications to support our providers' efforts to maintain system levels. We also authorize the training programs. We oversee, of course, the ambulance provider contract for the exclusive operating area. And we coordinate multi-casualty incident response. We are also involved in EMS dispatch and communication standards when the calls are answered at 911 and ensure that they utilize MPDS, which is a triage of the call to make sure that the right resources are sent to the caller at the right time. In the next few slides, we're going to provide you with an overview of some of the activities and some of our accomplishments. We've heard before, the 2021 was a very challenging year still because of COVID-19. We continued with staff shortages. Fatigue was big for everybody involved in EMS. But despite that, even the depleting resources, everybody pull together and continue to meet the needs of our system. And as you will see in the next few slides, we accomplished, as a system, we accomplished a lot. One of the areas that we always keeping an eye on was our call volume. Our system during 2020, the call volume dropped. So we were watching that closely. In 2021, our call volume went up. It went up to normal levels. Actually, the number of calls increased slightly when we compare that to, let's say, 2019, with the pre-COVID time. We processed 380 applications for EMT certification and paramedic accreditation. We always prioritize those applications that came in to make sure that we had the paramedics, qualified paramedics and EMTs in the system. We successfully negotiated a 3-year extension of the ambulance service agreement. And we engaged in several activities that resulted in improvements in efficiencies in the EMS system. For example, we changed the way that we respond to certain types of calls, what we call the unconfirmed automatic medical alarm calls. We used to send ambulance code 3 to those calls. And sometimes we never knew that whether they had actually talked to somebody. It was just a call to say, and somebody's alarm went off. And code 3. So we reviewed the data, we analyzed that, and concluded that less than 1% of the time when we get that type of call, it results in a transport of a patient to the hospital. So
I'm sorry, just a quick question. I'm unfamiliar with where that call would stem from. Are those like things we used to see on TV? I've fallen and I can't get up. Is that what we're talking about?
Sort of, yes.
Okay.
So exactly, that call still comes in, and it hasn't been confirmed whether there is an actual patient. There's something happened to somebody. There's no confirmation yet. So we analyzed the data and found out that, most of the time it could be just a mistake, that somebody just pressed the button and the alarm went off. And for those reasons, the less than 1% of the time a patient gets taken to the hospital. So we were able to change the way that we respond to those calls so that they're not a high emergency. And we're watching, monitoring the data just to make sure that the change that we're making is safe for our community. But that leads to system improvement, by not sending calls with the highest emergency to response, then it frees up resources for the true emergencies in our system. We also improve calculation of calls that go through the call interrogation process, simply to more accurately determine the percentage of calls that are actually going through that process. We want to increase. We implemented that change back in 2020. And we've been watching it to make sure that more and more calls that go through that process. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Deborah Hopgood, who is going to review some other accomplishments.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm going to talk about some of the accomplishments and some of the major projects that the EMS agency has worked on throughout the past year. So as Teresa mentioned earlier, one of our primary responsibilities is related to policy and protocol development and review. And you can see there the number of policies that we put into effect as of July 1st and the number that we're reviewing for the 2022 cycle. This is really a continuous ongoing effort for us that goes on throughout the year. We're on a 3-year cycle to review all of our policies and treatment protocols and make any needed changes. So as things currently stand, you can see we had some that went into effect July 1st. We'll have additional ones going into effect this July 1st that our EMS provider agencies are currently training on. And then we've already started working on our internal review of our policies and protocols that will go into effect in 2023. So within that 3-year cycle, we review everything and get it out for stakeholder comment. So throughout that process, we've also worked on improving the actual review process itself. So we've really taken great strides to increase our opportunities for stakeholder engagement. So we've lengthened the duration of the policy and protocol review process, and we've begun holding additional meetings with our advisory committees and then with our stakeholders directly to provide them the opportunity to comment on the policies and protocols and ask any questions that they might have directly for EMS agency staff and our medical director as well. One of the other major changes that we've made is working to convert our treatment protocols to an algorithm format. So this really helps with clarity and understandability of treatment algorithms and for medical decision making. So if you put yourself in the shoes of the EMS provider who may be in the back of an ambulance at 3 in the morning and need to consult that, it's nice to not have quite so wordy treatment protocols and be able to refer to something quickly there. And our policies and protocols really tie into our clinical care as well. So you can see there that we have adopted the use of TXA or tranexamic acid for our critically injured trauma patients. Tranexamic acid or TXA. So it's used for trauma patients who are at risk for severe bleeding. What it does is it helps the body prevent breaking down clots prematurely that it's forming to help with that bleeding. So there have been several clinical trials done throughout the world to confirm its efficacy. And one of the important things about us adopting this is that we know it confers a definitive survival advantage, but it's greatest when it's given within the first hour after trauma, which makes it really critical to get into the hands of our first responders and paramedics who are there within that time frame to make the greatest difference for our patients. The EMS agency, in addition to TXA, has also adopted ketamine for pain management. So that's an anesthetic medication. It provides some benefits over the medications that our EMS providers were already carrying. It's less likely to cause side effects, and it's safe and effective at a large range of doses. And one of the really important things is that it gives our patients a non-narcotic alternative for pain management. So we know that narcotics are and narcotic addiction, substance use is a major problem throughout not only Monterey County, but the nation. So that's an important added benefit there. As Teresa mentioned, we also play a role in quality improvement. So one of the key accomplishments that we made last year was to put into place a new data utilization and governance policy. This covers topics such as confidentiality, maintenance of patient records, access to records, data reporting to our system stakeholders, and how we use protected health information. So this really opened the door for more sharing of data throughout the EMS system and help make the next 2 items that you see on the list here possible. So our key stakeholders in putting that policy in place were not only our EMS provider agencies, but the hospitals as well. So with the basis of that policy, we were able to implement the use of a health data exchange by Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital. So typically the usual method for EMS information getting into a hospital patient's chart is the crew completes their chart, it gets faxed to the hospital, it goes off to medical records somewhere, and it eventually gets scanned into the patient's record and may show up a couple days later. What this system does is it links that chart directly into the hospital's electronic documentation system. So it's automatically uploaded so that the caregivers in the hospital have direct and immediate access to that information and can see things like the history that EMS may have obtained or medications that were administered and just give vital treatment data. And the other side of that it provides us is patient outcome and follow-up information to our EMS providers. So they can actually go into that system, see what their patients were diagnosed with, see a variety of different data points about the patients that they treated, and then use that as an educational opportunity to improve their assessment skills and then provide better treatment in the future. So another thing that the data utilization policy made possible was implementation of access to Trauma One CARES, which is a cardiac arrest registry, and Get With The Guidelines, or the GWTG data access. So these are different registries for trauma, cardiac arrest, STEMI, and stroke patients. They really tie together the care provided in the pre-hospital setting with the in-hospital care, and they give kind of meaningful, detailed follow-up information to our EMS providers, and they help us as an agency fulfill our responsibilities for the oversight of our specialty care centers. We also provide education to our EMS field providers. So our medical director has implemented a series of continuing education courses. This is based on a survey that we did of our stakeholders throughout the EMS system. He held 2 courses in 2021 and will continue to provide additional offerings throughout 2022 and future years as well. These are great because they give the opportunity for our stakeholders to ask questions directly of their medical director. They also provide CE, or continuing education hours, that our providers need for their certification or accreditation. And we make those courses available on our website after they're conducted so that everyone has access to those in the future. Another key education development is our work to bring a paramedic training program and review an application by the South Bay Regional Public Safety Consortium. This would bring a paramedic program to Monterey County, where we do not currently have one. It would help address the staffing shortages that Teresa mentioned earlier in the EMS field. It would decrease travel for our students in county who are currently needing to travel outside of the area to attend those classes, which ultimately helps with scheduling challenges and expense as well for those who want to pursue paramedic training. The EMS agency also plays a large role in disaster management. So, and that disaster management goes beyond the pandemic and our COVID response. We've resumed MCI drills in ReadyNet. So these are done on a daily basis. And these are conducted by the Communication Center, where they do a poll of our hospitals for a bed availability within the emergency departments. And this really helps with system and process familiarity, so that when we do encounter an actual multiple casualty incident, our hospitals and our communication center are better able to and better ready to respond. We've also been working to resume triage tag days. So EMS providers utilize a triage system for incidents with multiple patients, and they categorize severity of injuries and use a color coding system to make that categorization readily evident to people who may encounter that patient later. So these days provide our providers practice with triaging patients, documenting the triage tag itself, and then our hospitals work on their ability to track patients through hospital arrival and their ultimate destination as well. So the EMS agency has also played a role in the response to COVID-19. We have approximately 170 EMS providers who have delivered approximately 12,000 doses of the vaccine in 2021. In 2021, the state EMS authority released some requirements related to our ability to administer vaccination to pediatric patients. The EMS agency moved quickly to put those into place for both paramedics and EMTs, so that our EMS providers would be able to assist with vaccinations in this important age group. Through the Mohawk process, we also work on supply, staffing, and therapeutics procurement and distribution. In 2021, we filled over 500 different resource requests. Many of these were for multiple items. We distributed PPE, vaccination administration supplies, testing related supplies, filled many staffing requests for our local skilled nursing and hospitals, and distributed therapeutics throughout the county as well. And this has been I want to acknowledge our partners in contracts and purchasing here, who have been a huge help with this, and without their help, it would not have been possible to distribute the amount of supplies that we have. So as we look forward to the rest of 2022, we have several system improvements that we want to address and will continue to work on throughout the year. I spoke earlier about the importance of the health data exchange. We are hoping to be able to expand this process to both CHOMP and Me Memorial as well. That will bring all of our local hospitals into the system. It will provide much more robust data and more follow-through available and educational opportunities for our EMS providers. So, and again, that meets the overall goal that we have of providing better care to our patients throughout Monterey County. Another key improvement that we're looking at is implementation of what's called a Pulsepoint Aed Registry. This is a free resource that's provided. It's a web and app-based program and helps us with implementing a public registry for automated external defibrillators. This will simplify the registration process for individuals and business. streamline the current review process that we have for the EMS agency. And this will actually incorporate with the tools used by the dispatch center staff so that they'll be able to provide information on nearby AEDs when they're assisting callers who are encountered patients in cardiac arrest. And the final point that I'll speak to is ongoing refinements to our data standardization. So each EMS report that we receive contains hundreds of different data points, and many times there are multiple ways that our EMS providers can document those treatments and interventions they make. So we've been working with our EMS provider agencies and facilities to standardize those expectations and methods of documenting, and this will help us obtain more accurate data and reduce some of the hand sorting and review that our current staff does.
Another improvement that we are looking into is to improve the patient experience and system efficiency through a federal program. It is a pilot program called the Emergency Triage, Treat, and Transport, ET3 Telemedicine. The pilot program has two components, but we're really looking at one. We want to be conservative, safe in the way that we implement changes into our system. And this offers a telemedicine option for very low acuity patients. When the ambulance arrives, they go through the screening process. If this is a low acuity call, they could save the patient the trip to the hospital and the overcrowding of the hospitals. Then they can do a telemedicine session with the patient. The patient always has the opportunity to decide if they still want to go to the emergency room. But I think it's a good option to bring to Monterey County. I think that we need to look at more tools to put in our toolbox. So we are exploring this at this moment. It's not implemented, we are exploring it. We are looking at enhancing system capabilities to respond to multi-casualty incidents. Deborah just mentioned some of the activities that we are currently starting to implement. And then, of course, we have executed an extension on the ambulance agreement for 3 years, but we will be starting to work on the RFP for the ambulance services. And the EMS agency will be also exploring new sources of revenue for the agency. We have very limited sources of funding, and we want to ensure the stability of the agency in the future. We cannot talk about our accomplishments without talking about our partners and recognizing all of the work that they do. And so we want to take a few moments just to recognize our partners and thank them for all the work that they do, starting with the Office of Emergency Services, our 911 system, our ambulance providers, both air and ground, all of our fire departments, the hospitals, and of course, law enforcement. And I cannot conclude this presentation without expressing my deep appreciation for the team, the EMS team. You heard me mention earlier that we are a small team and even smaller with the vacancies that we've had. But I am so privileged to be leading this agency and to be leading this team I said that they're highly professional, but they're very, very dedicated. They're very true to our mission. Every time there's a new challenge, they're ready to tackle it. They're ready to bring ideas and that we can explore. Sometimes it is a very challenging place for us to be when we are trying to bring solutions to different issues or even improvement of the system. It can feel a little bit like walking on a tightrope on a windy day. Because you have challenges that pull you in so many different directions. And so striking a balance, the right balance for the system can be challenging. And I'd like to also take just one moment to acknowledge Michael Esslinger. He is the regional director for AMR, our ambulance provider, and he wanted to make sure that he was here today to support it. If you have any questions that you may have at this point, we would be happy to answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation and giving us all of the facts and figures of the annual report. I'm just really happy and excited to see some of the things that you're moving forward on. Example, like expanding the health data exchange to other parts of the county. I think that will be wonderful. just again, so grateful for the role that you played during the pandemic. It really was incredible what the serving as the medical health operational area coordinator. Every time I hear Mohawk, I don't have any idea what it is. And oh, yes, I do. But thank you for that. And obviously, I'm very happy to see our colleague from AMR here, because it's really wonderful that you've been able to get a longer term relationship. So we got out of the morass in which we were finding ourselves with that problem. So let me go to my colleagues. I'll start with Supervisor
Yeah.
Phillips.
How long you been with EMS agency?
I have, this is my 7th year with EMS, but I have been with the county for 14 years, going
Yeah.
on 15.
You do a great job, and obviously you take a lot of pride in how you built the agency up. So thank you.
Thank you. It is truly an honor to serve this community. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips. Sorry, Supervisor Lopez.
I'll make some
Supervisor
comments. Thank you.
Rudascu. Sorry, I'm getting crazy signals here.
Just thank you for the presentation. I think that there are so many things that the county does that happen behind the scenes that people just accept and trust are going to happen. And this is one of them. And so I appreciate the detailed report. And for anyone who's curious to learn more about sort of how the county has all of these mandates and responsibilities, this is one of them that keeps our public safety system responding on a regular basis. I had an opportunity earlier this year to tour both the 911 call center as well as spend an afternoon shadowing with Rachel and Ben from AMR. So we had a lot of conversation. It was a quiet afternoon. So we ended up talking quite a bit about the policies and the practices and the systems that surround our ambulance service. I got to see the technology. We got to look at sort of how the deployment of services happen and the commitment of care from everyone I talked to, the commitment to their work, the commitment to doing what's right for the people of our community. It came through so loud and clear. And I think you feel that when you read this report as well. There were a couple things, let's see here. So I did notice there were 3 vacancies of a very small staff, and that must be really difficult.
Yes.
Are there reasons or the things that we can do to help support your recruitment and retention of folks? Are there folks lined up? Like, what would be the career path that leads someone into working with the EMS agency?
We have the 3 active recruitments. Actually, the priority screening just closed on Friday, so we
Okay,
are
good.
looking forward to identifying, candidates that we can fill those remaining positions. But yes, you are right. We are a very small team, so with any vacancy, it really hits us hard. But that's why I'm so grateful to the team, because I always ask and they always deliver. And I know I ask a lot.
Yeah. Well, and I think especially, and we talk about this a lot too, but given the past 2 years and just the reality of burnout and the reality of having people that are working 24/7
Yes.
And filling in when people are out or sick or unavailable. And when the demands on a small team are so large, I think it's important that we, find the right ways to give folks respite and ensure that they've got the energy to continue doing the work, because we've got to keep doing the work. I did just maybe it was an oversight, but in the report, I think the police departments were missing Salinas PD, and maybe just an oversight. They're part of the system, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
That
Wanted to
completely
make sure.
a complete oversight on our part.
Okay. And then as a final, I just wanted to say thank you. Earlier in the year when we reached out to, or I guess it was late last year when we reached out to try to figure out how to get some urgency to increase the number of vaccinators available to vaccinate our little ones. You guys were right there, jumped into action. And I just want to personally say thank you. We've got, I think it was maybe announced that boosters are coming for the 5 to 10-year-old, 5 to 11-year-old groups of children, and making sure that we have vaccinators available to get our kids boosted and continue to keep the community safe, I think is so important. So just wanted to appreciate you hearing our plea when that played out, and for all the work that you continue to do through the Mohawk. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And Supervisor Alejo, have you any comments you wish to make?
No, none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I will take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who would like to make comment or ask questions on this report. Yes, Ms. Kay.
Yeah, hi, I'm RGK. I'm from North County, and I've known Teresa for at least 14 years when she worked for environmental health. Anything she's going to do is going to be of excellence. I have a question. I didn't read the report online, but I'm just curious on, I used to get the North County Fire Protection District fire chiefs report monthly, Chris Orman, before he retired. And it was always interesting to find out how many were, how many accidents, how many home injuries. He had a breakdown of what they would respond to. And I don't know whether you ever receive from the EMS a breakdown possibly of where what is the breakdown of what is being used for air ambulances or the AMR ambulance service and then different things, what might be car accidents, what might be home injuries, things like that. So I don't know whether that's interesting for you. I found it very interesting to find out where the problems were, and then we can also try to do better on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes.
Honorable Chair, members of the board. Yeah, my name is Mike Esslinger, and I'm the Regional Director with AMR and also CalSTAR. And I would just like to say that, thank you so much for supporting the work that we do. The real heroes absolutely are the men and women who show up to work each day. And the last 2 years certainly, have been very challenging, I think, in EMS, but it just goes to show their commitment. A lot of personal sacrifices on their part to show up, kind of in a world of the unknown, if you will, and continue those commitments to the communities that they serve. Many of us here have our families here, and, we know the vital role that we certainly play to the communities, and it's such a privilege to provide those services. And for all of our, allied agencies working together with the EMS agency and everybody else, so we're just grateful. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your remarks as well. Any other comments from the board? Good. Okay, with that, I think we will close the item. Thank you again so much for your presentation. And I believe that we just accept and approve the report. I don't believe that we need to have a motion on this. With that, I will now recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we are starting to bring some of that in our annual report, and it'll be on our website. So we'll get in touch. And then like which
Tess, are you there?
I'm here. I didn't hear you test any mics though.
I wanted to make sure you were there first so we can get started.
Oh, yep. Awesome. Sounds great.
Okay. Mic 4, mic 4. Mic 5, mic 5. Mic 6, mic 6. Mic 10, mic 10. Mic 11, mic 11. Mic 12, mic 12. Staff mic, staff mic. Staff mic, staff mic. Podium mic, podium mic. Clerk mic, clerk mic. Wireless mic 1. Wireless mic 2.
You should, yeah, it should prompt you. So I've already promoted you to panelist. Of course, no problem.
Are we ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, May 17th, 2022. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And could we have an announcement from our Spanish interpreter?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. Now we've changed our the way we traditionally do the afternoon meetings, and now we're going to start off with new referrals. County Council?
Sure, I'll be county council today. That
Oh,
sounds
sorry.
good.
How
All
about
right.
if I call you County Administrative Officer? I forgot. You changed, haven't you? How many
yeah.
years has it been now? I'm a little slow to change.
They demoted me from that one. So there are no new referrals this week. So, but the referral matrix is attached to the agenda for anybody who wants to know the current status of referrals. But it's the next item, number 19, if we want to move right into that, is the referral responses, which we have one referral response regarding Harkins Road. And I think Randy Ishii should be here, our Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii.
Thank you, CAO and Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. With me today is Enrique Saavedra, our Chief of Public Works. And as introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And the item for you today is the preliminary analysis report for Harkins Road with the idea of exploring a conversion to making it a one-way road. Next slide, please. By way of overview, the presentation will consist of going over the background and concerns, and we'll talk about process, and finally, we'll conclude with recommendations and options. Next slide, please. So as staff reviewed the board referral, we identified the issues within the referral as well as ones that have been brought to our awareness over the past years. Much of that revolves around the concerns with heavy truck traffic as it enters into the community of Spreckles. And we'll get to where that's at in just a moment. There's also concern about speeding vehicles, and the main road in and out of the unincorporated community is Harkins Road. In order to traverse the road, a motorist travels past an elementary school, the town park, as well as numerous homes that front that particular street. Going through our standard operating procedures, we recognize that one of the first steps we'll need to undertake is a traffic engineering study, and that will most likely lead into a change in the Monterey County Code, with it identified in the board report as well as on that previous slide. And so as we look at the location map for where the community of Spreckles is, it is the community on the lower left-hand part of this Google Earth exhibit with north pointing straight up. It's just southwest of the city of Salinas, where, as staff had mentioned before, Harkins Road is the main road into the community. And the other roads that border the community of Spreckles include Harris Road and State Route 68, with the other road through the community of Spreckles Boulevard. Identified in the bold red on that previous map indicates that portion of Harkins Road, which upon staff review is most likely the portion that'll be converted into the one-way. Next slide, please. So again, in terms of process and going through our standard operating procedure, we recognize that one of the first steps staff will need to undertake is performing a traffic engineering study, which will be inclusive of a broad amount of public outreach and engagement with the community to gain a full understanding of the issues, as well as what ideas may be more favorable, signage may be more favorable, and so on. There's a likelihood that there will be a necessity to prepare California Environmental Quality Act, aka CEQA documents. What form that may take is yet to be determined. However, we recognize that that will be part of the process. Then afterwards, assuming all the documents support that, the next steps would include preparation of an ordinance, as well as board report with the appropriate actions to be brought back to the full board. In identifying the resources required, it will include staff time consisting of Public Works, Facilities, and Park staff, namely the traffic staff, as well as time from our county council. The costs are still being determined, but as an estimated starting point, based on other traffic engineering studies that have been conducted, it's probably going to be somewhere on the range of $75,000, inclusive mostly of the labor and materials, as well as the study itself. In terms of timing, staff will strive very hard to return to the board in October of 2022. That's our target. Next slide, please. As with other traffic issues, the challenges will consist of working with our neighbors, the community that lives in that area. So one of the first things, not so much a challenge, but a recognized step, is to coordinate with our stakeholders, which include the transportation stakeholders, such as the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, the city, amongst others. And then, as mentioned before, we'll be doing community outreach and engage with the community to hear their voices and hear their concerns, as well as to bounce ideas off of them and gain that feedback. Next slide, please. And so as we wrap up in conclusion, the recommendations and options for the board to consider are to continue with the current process as laid out in the board report, which is staff's recommendation. The other option is to modify the referral. And finally, the other option is to rescind the referral. And as we go to our last slide, it opens it up back to the board for questions or comments. That concludes staff's presentation, and we open it back up to the board. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. I'll first turn to our board for comments and questions. Yes.
I just want to thank you, Randy. I know that I wanted to share some of the insights on why this is necessary. In terms of that particular road, what we see is at the end that is in our local partner Salinas's end of road is really a lot of coolers, and folks are dropping off a load there or picking up a load. And what they're often trying to do is get to some of the coolers that happen to be out near Spreckles, being Diorigo and TNA, more quickly. So they head down Harkins. There's several signs that we've partnered with the city over the years to put up to let them know that's not the way they should go, but it doesn't matter. They just keep going. And often when they get near the school, rather than slowing, they'll pick up speed because they know that there's CHP in the neighborhood that will give them a ticket because they're not supposed to be on that road. So they pick up speed as they go through town. And so it's sort of all the well-intended efforts have led to new challenges. And by doing this, we can really stop that flow of traffic through that important corridor for the community that, as Randy said, includes a school, several homes, as well as the main park in town. And so thank you for bringing this back so quickly. I know that some residents, the majority of residents, are supportive of this, but on the engagement side, we're happy to help carry that in terms of coordinating those community meetings. We've already talked to the local community services district, as well as the Memorial Hall, about using the facility to have community meetings to really engage with the neighbors. And so we appreciate the opportunity to look at this because it could really solve a major problem that, as long as I've worked for the office in the 3rd district, has been one that 7 or 8 times a year comes up. So this is an opportunity to put that to rest. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Phillips, do you have comments?
Yeah, I know the area, and I couldn't understand the reasons for this until it was explained to me earlier by my esteemed colleague. But if I had kids going to that school and you had these big trucks, and there's a lot of trucks that go through there with Diorigo and TNA there and everything, that would be a concern. So I think it's worth us taking a look.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Rudasky, Supervisor Alejo.
I did not raise my hand to comment on this.
Thank you. I really appreciate how much some of the neighborhoods that we have in our different unincorporated areas suffer from this. We have it in the area just outside of Carmel. We have a really big problem in Toro Park, again, with the school situation. So I really think that we should be supportive of each other as we put forward these referrals, and I certainly will be supportive of this. I'm just wondering, I do have a question. Do you have any concerns about unintended consequences from the people that are for the proposed traffic flow changes? I'm just thinking, is it going to make it difficult for parents to pick up their children from school? Or would a big truck that, didn't realize until he got halfway down the road that he's going to now have to turn around, will there be a place big enough for the trucks to turn around so they don't go down Harkins Road?
Chair Adams, those are excellent points. We want to avoid unintended consequences, and in doing so, that underscores the importance of the traffic engineering study and the CEQA analysis that will be performed. Things that will be included, albeit not fully inclusive, include roadway designs, geometry, benchmarking of best traffic engineering standards throughout the national standards, such as the Institute of Transportation Engineers, amongst our Caltrans standards and other suite of tools that we rely upon. So it's going to involve a robust amount of study, and that's where it also underscores the importance of that community engagement to discuss and bounce these ideas and options off the community to see what has the most traction and where we find these possible points of having unintended consequences, and do our best at that point to go off on a different off-ramp to change course.
Yeah, different off-ramp. Very good.
And I'll share, Madam Chair, just on those questions. We've talked about it with community, a lot of the thought leaders in that community, and they've said it is going to add probably 3 to 5 minutes to their daily commute, but they're okay with it, understanding the safety outcomes, at least for the majority. We've got to engage now the full community, but in those early conversations, there's a lot of support for this option that we've talked about it's not new to them. We've talked about it for 5 to 6 years as we're going to try these other measures. And if it doesn't work, this was sort of our last resort.
Have you gone through the speed bumps and the flashing lights and all of that?
And what is possible, what isn't possible. Public Works has been an amazing partner to help us get through those questions. And we did look at Hunter. So there is the one-way ends there at Hunter, and it would add probably another 5-6 minutes to those trucks who made the wrong decision. And I think they'd only make that mistake once or twice before they learn that it adds time to their trip rather than speeds it up.
Good. Okay, good. Thank you. So I think that we have support to implement the referral. They seem to be recommended by staff. And if you're good with that, you can move forward.
Do we need a formal motion or?
Sorry, I did not ask for the public's comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make comment on this item? Is there anyone online that would like to press *6 and unmute yourself to make comments on this item? Nope, seeing none. Okay, I will have to turn to either county council or county administrative officer to see whether we need to have a motion to move this forward.
I don't think so, because I think, Mr. Ishii, what you'd be doing is going out and doing the correct studies analysis about what the options are, and you wouldn't just implement it, you'd come back with the implementation at a future date.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So I don't think we need a motion.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving forward now, we will go to our first scheduled item, which is to receive a presentation from the Development Set-Aside Agencies, Monterey County's Business Council, and the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. So here we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and Board of Supervisors. Richard Vaughn with Economic Development. We have 2 of the 4 development set-aside agencies here to provide a presentation to the full board. With us today, we have Rob O'Keefe with Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau and Kimberly Craig with Monterey County Business Council. And I'll go ahead and invite Rob up at this time.
Thank you, Richard.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Rob O'Keefe. I'm President and CEO of the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, as Richard said, and also have with me Jennifer Coker, who is our Director of Community Relations, and she's going to be running the show. So just give her a second to get set up. And we're bringing you today cautiously optimistic news. This is a look back on what we've done this fiscal year, but I'll talk a little bit about what's coming up. There we are. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about, we'll start with talking about what we do overall, our organizational overview. And it's our focus, and we say this a lot, is to put heads in beds. If we put heads in beds, we do it with the right people, the right time of year, we're going to end up with people who are buying aquarium tickets, who are playing golf, buying wine, participating in all the assets that we have within the county. So it's overnight visitation. That's the goal, but our purpose is broader than that. Our purpose is to drive demand for overnight visitation in order to improve quality of life for residents through the generation of TOT and sales tax for the county and supporting employment. So it's a little bit broader than just driving the dollars. It's how those dollars are used. And the ultimate beneficiary of tourism are the residents. So that's our focus. In addition to that, we promote messaging to protect the environment, our environment with safe, be responsible, be respectful messaging. We're one of the only organizations in the county that's actually doing that. So we're telling people before they get here and we're telling them after they get here to be respectful and responsible and showing them ways to do that, educating them. We are obviously, as a destination marketing organization, we promote the county assets. We are essentially the ad agency for WeatherTech Laguna Seca in every county park and every tourism asset that the county has. We're the ones who are promoting that. We act as a communication hub for travelers and residents alike when there's crisis. If you'll remember 2 summers ago when we had the massive wildfires in the midst of COVID, we were one of the communication hubs working with the Office of Emergency Services, the county, with all the jurisdictions within the county and the chambers. And you can see on the list of this is just the short list that we work with. And Jennifer is the keeper of many of these relationships. So she's the one who helps maintain that. And COVID, I would say, has opened up and created new bridges of communication bridges and opportunities for us to do what we do and do it even better. So the next slide, please. So this is just an overview. There's a lot going on in this slide. The one thing I would point out is that in 2021, we generated countywide $2.5 billion in visitor spending. That visitor spending is up from the $1.5 billion that was generated in 2020, the harshest part of COVID, but it was a far cry from the height of 2019 when we were at $3.2 billion in visitor spending. And unemployment right now in 2021, 21,000 jobs in that year, when we're normally around 27, 28,000 jobs. So I said cautiously optimistic because we're making great gains, but we still have a long way to go. And travel-related spend is what we track. It's not just hotels, but it's arts, entertainment, recreation, food service, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just bringing in people to stay overnight. It's how and what they're doing and spending on that are very important to us. They're important to other people too. This is a look at our competitive set. We compete with Napa, Sonoma, Santa Barbara. I hear sometimes, I actually hear a lot, we're a beautiful destination. Monterey County is gorgeous from the valley to the seashore. There's a lot of other beautiful destinations that are competing with us, and they're competing with us at a higher level. Fortunately, we punch above our weight, but when you look at our budget per hotel room, and we've got a lot more hotel rooms to fill than Napa or Sonoma or any of these, our budget per hotel room is pretty low compared to the others. The graphic is our comp set, and you can see how we stand against our competitors. But like I said, we punch above our weight, and that collaboration that we have with all of you and our other jurisdictions, it allows us to be competitive in the face of this pretty significant group of destinations. A quick overview of how and what we do. Marketing communication. So these are ad campaigns, public relation programs, social media, supporting events, supporting activities throughout the county, as one main portion of what we do. And then group business development, attracting groups, events, conferences. That's an area where actually we're hurting pretty bad right now. It still hasn't come back yet. We're about 60% in this type of business of where we were in 2019. And this is a very lucrative traveler. A person who's coming here for a conference or an event typically spends 2 to 3 times what a normal domestic leisure traveler spends. So they're very lucrative, they're very important to us as a county, and we're working on bringing them back. And then community relations, which I already talked a little bit about, led by Jennifer here. And we look at everybody within the community. It's not just the business community. We talk to and work with elected officials such as yourselves and on the other cities. And we work with community programs and resident programs. I'm actually a member myself of the Carmel Resident Association. I probably won't be running for their board anytime soon, but they are appreciative of that involvement and that engagement, and having that conversation about the importance of tourism with them, even those who don't necessarily see all the benefits, is important for us to have conversations with them too. Now, this is another bit of an eye chart, but there's we tried to keep our this could have been a 30-page PowerPoint, but we kept it to a lot fewer than that. Of course, I'm available to answer questions when we get through this. But right now, in the past year, this is Q1 through Q3, we had a number of campaigns going on. We had it. Now is the Moment leisure campaign. Now is the Moment is the campaign that we launched last April and then launched the second half of it, second phase this fall. And it's designed to do exactly that. Say now is the moment to come back, to get on the road, to get out here, to visit Monterey County. In addition to that, we have an all-in group meetings campaign focusing corporate meeting planners, associated meeting planners in drive markets and in our direct flight markets. And we actually just started in the past few months this year, we put a sales rep in Chicago because we have found through research that there are very lucrative meetings in the Midwest and on the East Coast. So now we have someone in Chicago who's working those territories. We've revamped our luxury campaign. I'll remind some of you who don't know or didn't know, we have a luxury campaign focused on the high-end traveler. And that initiative was launched actually at the request of the Board of Supervisors a few years ago, because that's a way for us to drive incremental spending, incremental TOT. And there are several luxury properties that are in unincorporated county. Those properties are very excited about what we're doing. They're very engaged with what we're doing, and we're seeing a lot of success there. And of course, we're always running our responsible travel campaign to make sure that people know before and during that they are expected to be respectful and treat our destination like they would treat their backyard. A couple new things. COVID made us look at our membership program, and we suspended our fees to be a member. That was helpful to us. That was helpful to our businesses. And in the lower right-hand corner of the slide there, you can see those are all new businesses. We've decided to make it to continue on as a fee-free membership organization. That's because it's going to help these businesses, many of whom are just getting on their feet. It's going to help us have more to talk about. Before, if you weren't a paying member, we didn't promote you. Now that opens up and we can promote everybody. These are a few new that might not have been, if they weren't members before, we wouldn't be able to promote them. And we want to, because there's some exciting stuff there. And we've got a new travel app. The travel app is a way for us to talk to people before they get here and while they're here. It's a See Monterey app. It's at the Apple Store. You can download it if you just type in See Monterey. And we will know if you did or not. So I'll be checking back with you on all that. That part was a joke. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide and talk about results. So just Q1 through Q3, there's a lot of science in here, a lot of science in math, but we measure everything. We're research driven. Everything we do and decision we make starts with research, and then we look at the outcomes. What did we produce? What did we do with the dollars that you've invested in destination marketing to create success? These break down in a number of different ways. A couple I'll point out to you. Just in the first 3 quarters, in the middle of the page, you'll see $4.7 million in ad equivalency. That's our PR program. We're running PR across the country and actually internationally, and we look at the dollars that would be generated. We don't do it ourselves. We work with a third-party research company that does this for a lot of different companies, so it's objective third-party research. Another one I would point out is the same side, left side of the page. 97,000 partner handoffs. So what is a partner handoff? When someone comes to cmonterey.com, we want to get them to one of these businesses as quickly as possible. So when they come to us, we send them to a hotel, an attraction, a restaurant, and that's an opportunity for that business to do business with an interested party. In the first 3 quarters of this year, we sent 97,000 people to 97,000 businesses looking to do business. On the right side of the page is business development. So this is our sales for events, conferences, meetings. In the first 3 quarters, we generated 528 leads, and which equate to, so each of these leads in total equate to over 183,000 potential room nights. So we don't just look at leads, we look at conversion. So how many of these actually book business? As you would expect, not all 528. In fact, 99 book business, but that's still considerable because it's going to generate nearly 27,000 room nights. And those are room nights for this year, next year, and years beyond. These are typically booked a lot further out. And we have a third-party company that uses an economic impact calculator to calculate direct room revenue. So when these people come in, how much are they going to leave with us? And this is direct room revenue, not indirect room revenue, which is the spending on other things. So just these 99 bookings are going to generate over $7 million this year, next year, and beyond. And that's how business development works. And then on the final slide, this is, again, a bit of an eye chart, but I'm glad you can see it better than the folks in the gallery. This is a breakdown of a study. We do a marketing impact study twice a year, and we did one at the midpoint of this year. So it says Q1 through Q3. It's really more Q1 and Q2. And we break it down. How many trips were influenced? And when we say influence, how many trips were influenced specifically by us, by our ads, our PR, our social? We work with a company called Smari. They do this research for Visit California, and they do it for dozens of other CVBs across the country, where they have specific study that helps us understand how much is our advertising, not anybody else's, influencing trips. You can see there the trips that were influenced spending. So we ask people, did you see this ad and did it make you like us more? Great. Or did it just make you aware of us? That's good start. But did you actually take the trip? And then we follow them through. We get their trip profile, how much money they spent while they were here, so we can come out with an ROI. And that ROI for this study period was over $341 million in spending and 664,000 room nights. So basically 28% of total room demand for the period of time that we're talking about. Again, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry for us as a county, and we're influencing a pretty significant portion of that. The rest of this breaks it out between our fly markets and other national, so our short haul markets, and we work very closely with the airport to try to secure new flights, and we did that with Dallas. That Dallas flight we were very involved in helping to secure, and with Seattle, and we're working with them on future flights as well, because air travel and air service directly into Monterey is really good for us in the hotels and the other businesses. And the rest of this is important, but it breaks it down a little bit more granularly, and I don't want to spend too much more time here because I know Kimberly wants to get up next, but I'm happy to answer any questions on anything we've presented.
Thank you very much, Rob. Let's see if we have any questions from our colleagues. Supervisor Rudascu, have you any questions or comments today?
Thank you. Fascinating presentation. I really appreciate all the information. I did have a question about the destination marketing organizations, and appreciated the breakdown of other communities. How do other communities fund their destination marketing? Is it a combination of industry and local governments who are trying to generate additional TOT into their communities, and it's considered like a economic development investment?
Yeah, we say this a lot in my business. We're not economic development, but we're at the table, and it is intended to drive economic development. And in fact, I'll give you an example. We were talking to Mayor Mike LaBar from King City just last week, and we were talking about them becoming a part of the program, and he was mentioning a new hotel that they're working on. Couldn't say who. But as we were talking about, I said, wouldn't that developer like to know that you're part of a multi-million-dollar marketing program that's going to try to fill his rooms? And he said, yeah, that's actually essential for us. That kind of thing's happening throughout the county. I've seen, because of COVID, I think people are stepping up in the economic development world. But to your question specifically, it's a combination. So if you look at LA does a combination of TOT and TID like we do. If you look at Napa, they do only TID, but they do it at a 2% level. Our effective rate with our TID is 0.6.
Oh, wow.
So we're not competitive at all when it comes to that. That's why we need the TOT and the TID. And I think it makes us better as a community. I won't name who, but I'll tell you one of our competitors, when COVID started, right at the beginning, when we're still in shelter in place and only essential travel, they had on their website and on their social media, we're open and safe, and big bold pictures, and come visit now type messaging. And at the very bottom, a little tiny type, for essential travel only. So they're able to go out there big, and they're one of the DMOs that are funded only by TID. So they don't quite have the same obligations that we have. And I would have that same stance as we did. We were very, very careful about it. We told people now is not the time to come visit. But when you layer in TOT and TID, you're truly a partnership for the betterment of the community. So I like our arrangement, even though Napa, and I showed you some of the others that are TID only, but at a 2% level, that does give them a favorable budget advantage.
Great, thanks. And the other comment that I had was just, I appreciate the MCCVB projection for the recovery of TOT. I think it's a good $7 million above what the county projection is. So I'm gonna lean towards your projection and hope that you guys are right on with that. It'd be great to see TOT bounce back like that.
We work with our jurisdiction partners at various levels. With we've got a finance director, VP, who was called by the city of Monterey's city manager a wizard, because they've compared our numbers with their numbers, and we have different data sets than they do, and we offer that up. And now we're essentially financial consultants to a degree, and we're available to help in any way we can.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. I'll look down at this end. Supervisor Phillips, any questions? Questions, Supervisor Alejo, any questions?
Oh, I know we get this presentation regularly, so this we know that the investment here and attracting tourism to our area is key, as one of the key industries to Monterey County, being hospitality and tourism related businesses. So this is important just to remind the public of every year that of the progress that we make each year with the investment that we make here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. With that, I will say thank you very much. And we will go to Ms. Craig. And
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, wait just a sec. Let me take it out to the public. I forgot to do that. Forget about that public all the time. Is there any member of the public who wishes to ask a question on this item or make comment? And we're not seeing anybody online. No one's racing to the front. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board. My name's Kimberly Craig, and I'm very proud to be the President and CEO of the Monterey County Business Council. We are forging cross-sector alliances between public, private, and nonprofit organizations to ensure economic development maintains at the forefront of city and county priorities. If you want to go ahead and switch to the first slide, just a little bit of background on us. These are some of the programs that we've worked on Q1 through Q3 of 2021-2022, which I might add, we've been partially in a shelter in place. So for an organization that prides itself on being in person and meeting and greeting and having quite a bit of human interaction, we've had to pivot quite a bit this past year, but I'm pleased that we're coming out of it. And want to tell you a little bit about some of our key programs that the County of Monterey helps through the DSA. Our Procurement Technical Assistance Center, Leadership Monterey County, which is its own nonprofit, and I'll talk a little bit about that. The Monterey County Business Alliance, which I know Supervisor Lopez has been a key member of. It is for COVID impacts to businesses and a large alliance of chambers of commerce and Farm Bureau put together to just meet regularly to continue the communications of what small businesses need during that time. Obviously, we have been working with the Central Coast Broadband Consortium with MBEP for quite some time. We also have the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance, which is its own nonprofit. That is a formulation of the Defense Language Institute, the Naval Postgraduate School, the City of Monterey, the Presidio, the Department of Defense, in case of BRAC closures, base realignment and closures, come back to town. You have an organized group of people, a coalition of people who are working collaboratively alongside Congressman Panetta to ensure that those jobs and those industries in our defense arena here in Monterey County are preserved. You can go ahead and change slide. A little bit of background. The DSA work plan covers small and medium business programming, as well as our Procurement Technical Assistance Center. We call it PTAC. It's not a very descriptive terminology, but they are available nationwide. We were fortunate to win the contract about 6 years ago. We actually service 15 counties. It is a $400,000 contract, but the County of Monterey helps with a $50,000 towards a local match that we are required to provide. Just to show you, we set some pretty lofty goals. In 2020, we wanted to have $5 million in local Monterey County contracts awarded. So small businesses in Monterey County, $5 million. And then in 2022, so this past year, we decided we were going to go higher, and we doubled our effort and shot for a $10 million number to get local contracts awarded to Monterey County businesses. And I want you to keep that number in your head, because I'm about to show you what we've done for 3 quarters. 2022 goal, 100 jobs created. On the other side of our work plan, the small and medium business programming, obviously Leadership Monterey County, the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance. We have our Lunch and Learn series. Thank you to Charles McKee for kicking it off this year. Very much appreciated his approach to county administration, and certainly gave us a very frank and direct approach with what was going on in the upcoming year for the county. So thank you. Supervisor Speaker Series, we had Chair Adams speak last week. I know that we have Supervisor Phillips on the docket and Supervisor Lopez coming up. And I know that Supervisor Askew is on our calendar for later on, I think July, and Supervisor Alejo as well. We're scheduling dates to be determined on that. Go ahead and switch for me. I want to talk a little bit about Leadership Monterey County. This is a program that we launched in 2017. For those of you that don't remember, we had a Leadership Monterey Peninsula and we had a Leadership Salinas Valley program. Monterey County Business Council felt like it was really important to make sure that we were looking at things from an economic perspective countywide and not just us versus them or them versus us. So we merged the program together, and we've had a phenomenal response to it. I will note our 2020 class, which started in February of 2020, took 19 months to complete because part of the program is being in person and the experience of it. So they hung with us through COVID, and we graduated that class in November of 2021. I'm thrilled that the 2022 class began in February of this year, and it has been solely in person. We've had a hospitality day, education day, Agriculture Day, and Government and Law Day is coming up, and I think we have a couple of supervisors speaking on that. But I do want to just acknowledge that this is what helps management track individuals in their own respective industries understand what the economic drivers are of Monterey County. It's really interesting to have a vice president of a local bank in Pacific Grove going down to South County for the day, right? And learning about oil down there, learning about the history of South County, the wine industry. It's also interesting to pull somebody from East Salinas and take them to the Sunset Center to talk about art, culture, and history. We take them to the Monterey County Historical Society to get some background. It's a really great opportunity for people to come out of their industries and to learn about the others. So very proud of that program. I will note We did manage to talk Richard Vaughn into it, so he is going through the program. So I really have to make sure we don't screw up because he's in charge of the program for Monterey County Business Council. But it's a really great opportunity for people to learn about the economic drivers. Go ahead and switch for me. And here's PTAC. This is the one I'm really proud of. In 3 quarters, we have awarded 52 awards to the tune of $17 million for local businesses. So your $50,000 return on investment is $17,452,000. And I'm really proud of our counselors. We have counselors. Let's see, where am I geographically? Literally across the street from your parking lot back here. Have 6 people on staff. It is a contract we have with the Defense Logistics Agency. And as I mentioned earlier, $50,000 match from the County of Monterey, but it's a free program. It helps small businesses get government contracts. And that is life-changing money to a small business. If you can get, appropriately through Planet Bid, through all of the different opportunities to get on a vendor list with your local, state, or federal agency, that can really grow a small business. So we've had tremendous amount of success. As you can see, 154 clients in Monterey County, 38 women-owned businesses, go girl, 26 Hispanic-owned businesses, 16 veteran-owned businesses, 24 service-disabled veteran-owned businesses, and 12 hub-zone businesses just in Monterey County. We continue to do webinars and outreach events. We've been very successful. Obviously, everybody is on Zoom during COVID, so we've been able to continue those trainings. And we've created 216 jobs in the first 3 quarters of the year. And I just have to brag that for all 15 PTAC counties, we've managed to close $773 million in contracts. So it's a very, very successful program. We're very proud of it. Next slide. That's my contact information. I am speaking a little out of turn, but I do just want to acknowledge the recent hire of Richard Vaughn. It's been remarkable to work with somebody who is a point person for economic development with the county. He's doing a phenomenal job with communication, and certainly, for those of us where it's our career and it's our industry, it's great to have somebody so knowledgeable about economic development and so proactive. So thank you very much for that hire. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. I will look to my right and see if Supervisor Rudasky has questions at this point.
Thank you. I just want to say, we refer people over to the PTAC all the time, and people are shocked and surprised that this is a resource that's available. And I think the data is really compelling and powerful, but appreciate the work that you're doing, Kimberly, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
No, impressive numbers. I point out when we were trying to get people signed up to the small businesses, get them signed up for ARPA money and other ones. Kimberly was the one that we reached out to, and their organization helped us get those people where they needed to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say the numbers don't lie. And as somebody who's a huge fan of data, thank you for keeping that focus, because at the end of the day, when we look at the number that we put in versus what the community gets back, it's very impressive. So thank you for all your hard work to make that happen.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Supervisor.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Kimberly, for the presentation as well, and good job to you and all the rest of your team in delivering this for our business community throughout Monterey County. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I think you know probably better than just about anybody else how much it really does take all of us pushing together, all of us working in the same direction. I'm very pleased that you and Rob and the other members of the DSAs really are doing that. I am just really pleased. Great report. Always good to have a presentation from you. So thank you very much. When you're not doing your mayoral duties, you're doing a fine job with economic development.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hand in glove too, I'm sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. And so with that, our recommended action will be to receive the report. And now we will close item 20 and move into item 21. These items will be our last items of the day. We're going to keep Joanne Iwamoto up here, and she's probably going to be exhausted by the time we're finished with all of it. This is an opportunity for us to receive a report on the outcomes of the cannabis industry focus group that were facilitated by the cannabis program in April of 2022. We will support the revised cannabis compliance inspection process and request the staff to return to the full board with a comprehensive analysis of the compliance inspection staffing levels, including recommendations to ensure program and departments are right-sized. The HCD will create practical customer service expectations for staff that support the Monterey County mission statement while making this information available to the public. So with that, we will look forward to the presentation today. Thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Iwamoto. And we look forward to all three of the items that you have here today.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Norma Aceves and Miles Etchenik, Management Analysts. I would first like to thank and recognize HCD Director Eric Lundquist and EHB Bureau Chief Rick Encarnacion. For the past months, I have called on them to meet, discuss, and collaborate on a variety of cannabis-related items, and they have made themselves available to me and have been very supportive through this process. I would also like to recognize the county staff who are dedicated to cannabis work, and most importantly, I need to recognize the cannabis program staff, Norma Aceves, Miles Etchenik, Robert Uribe, and Misty Muramatsu. They define the words dedication and exceptional as to their commitment to constantly shift gears for work assignments and the work acumen that they bring to the office each day. It is very much appreciated. Due to the many challenges our commercial cannabis industry is facing, at the direction of the Cannabis Committee, the program made it a priority to coordinate and schedule industry focus groups. The groups were planned for approximately 5 to 6 operators, each allowing about 1.5 hours. Staff tried to schedule the groups with like activities, meaning small and large cultivators and mixed business types. The input received was very valuable, with 65% participation. The participants spoke candidly about their challenges to meet local requirements, their dissatisfaction with customer service, land use permit and building permit backlogs, compliance inspections, wholesale price points, and general industry topics. The cannabis program team, consisting of myself, the 2 management analysts, the permit technician, and the senior secretary, participated in all the meetings. Over 120 hours of staff time was spent in the meetings and to review the copious notes and constructing the report presented today. Mr. Roach, Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association Executive Director, participated in most of the meetings as well. I met with the Assistant County Administrative Officer, the HC Director, and the EHB Bureau Chief to review the input and further discuss possibilities to continuously improve our internal processes. They also reviewed and contributed input to this report as well. This report was presented to the Cannabis Committee on May 5th, and some of the feedback from the committee was, number one, a recommitment to customer service is key. The desire should be the level of customer service provided and to help the industry to thrive. And number two, permit processing should be outsourced where possible to quote unquote speed up the process. Quotation from that meeting, we do not have a long runway to run. And this refers to the operator's ability to meet local requirements and transition to state licensure. The Department of Cannabis Control state provisional licenses begin to sunset in January of 2023. I would like to point out that this presentation is challenging in that the majority of the input is unfavorable. And with that said, we have approached this as an opportunity to take a step back and, number one, identify what is in our oversight and what steps can be taken immediately. And number two, to pause and to continuously learn and improve where practical and possible. Focus groups are confidential in nature, and the program does not relate any one comment to any specific person. The board also needs to consider the input presented are through the lens of the industry's opinion. There was a significant volume of input collected, and the program prepared this report using this thought process. Number one, identify input in categories. Number two, formulate conclusions based on that input. And number three, formulate next steps for the board to receive. Our focus today, due to timing, will be on the conclusions from the 6 categories as well as the proposed action steps. Topic number 1, the relationship between commercial cannabis operators and the respective property owners. At the time the county adopted the ordinances for commercial cannabis, one of the zoning areas selected was that of the former cut flower industry. The greenhouses and structures were in need of repair and rehabilitation. Staff believes the county saw this as an opportunity for development. Since that time, what may not have been fully realized and what the industry considers as the quote unquote unknown is the high volume and intensity of required infrastructure improvement, including the contaminated water known in this area. Some examples are the energy upgrades, which can take up to 3 to 4 years to gain approval from PG&E that were not previously needed. Bringing not only the greenhouses, but all other structures to current code, treating water or establishing new public water systems, septic, and for some, drilling new wells. Participants stated they are challenged with the ability to renegotiate leases that were established several years ago, committing to triple net leases and not gaining assistance from the property owners to improve the land and meet county requirements. Next slide, please. Number 2, the topic of inconsistency of compliance inspections. The industry feels frustrated with the compliance inspection process. They have noted the following. They feel there is a lack of standardization between inspectors. They do not believe they will ever reach a quote unquote clean slate or a clean inspection. One of the areas of frustration is a violation is not called out for years and then it is discovered. Number 4, curing violations come at significant cost, both in time and money. Some local professionals will no longer do business with cannabis operators, which reduces the pool of available professionals to complete the work. Next slide, please. Number 3, the topic is costs and timelines associated with required infrastructure improvements. They believe the land use and building permit processes are complex and have many layers of review and approval. Costs and timelines associated with the required infrastructure improvements were believed to be unknown at the time the operators began. Many have not met more than one of the required infrastructure improvements, and those operators who are considered large license holders are running out of time with SB 160 sunset dates. Due to shortages in the supply chain, likely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, these are becoming serious supply shortages, and those costs are increasing. Next slide, please. Topic number 4. The responsiveness of county departments. Customer service expectations and service levels need improvement. There needs to be a standardized response time and some type of tracking mechanism for accountability. But I will say that after talking with the departments, this is particularly difficult to track, for example, when a staff person responds to a phone call or an email. The industry has relied on the cannabis program staff to gain assistance with planning and building permits, and they say this is due to the lack of responsiveness from department staff. Many have suggested that the program create a quote unquote case manager, and the case manager would be assigned directly to the operators to assist them with meeting compliance requirements, navigating the county departments, answering questions, and ensuring a timely turnaround of work and reporting. Finally, they have mentioned that the responsiveness of the county, for example, with building permits, can greatly impact the operator's ability to function. An example would be if a stop work order is placed at the property and the operator does submit a building permit in a timely manner, if it takes weeks to months for them to gain the permit to be issued, time is money for the operators. Topic number 4, federal, state, and local taxes for cannabis operators. IRS Section 280E prohibits the deduction of business expenses besides the costs of goods sold. This is another layer of taxation they wanted to share as a struggle. The state cultivation tax represents a significant barrier to profitability for our industry. Production costs range from $500 to $1,100 depending on the cultivation type, meaning either mixed light or indoor. The state cultivation tax is roughly $160 per pound, and we will discuss the state tax in the tax report later this afternoon. The current wholesale price point has dropped. The last month's estimates were approximately $436 for mixed light and $737 for indoor. Operators are potentially losing anywhere between $224 to $523 per pound. As the industry is very appreciative of the timely response of the board to tax relief, they believe it is not sufficient until the state reduces or eliminates the cultivation and the excise tax. Some of the operators believe there is room for additional local relief, and they would also prefer to be billed in arrears as opposed to the current process. Next slide, please. Topic number 6, applying regulations differently between traditional agriculture and commercial cannabis. They do not believe other industries are subject to quarterly compliance inspections. They believe the discrepancies led to their speculation that there is a separate building code for cannabis. Their examples are traditional agriculture is not required to obtain a permit to replace the plastic greenhouse sheeting. Automatic weigh scales require a permit for cannabis operators. Odor control is not a requirement of traditional ag. Permanent restrooms have been a significant discussion point at industry meetings and in the focus groups. The EHB Bureau Chief presented information at the recent monthly industry meeting, which was on Monday, and the program HCD and EHB will have a follow-up meeting next week to continue discussions about potential modifications to this requirement. Next slide. So in conclusion, our course of action that we presented to the Cannabis Committee is number 1, the compliance inspection process has been reviewed and modified. We presented that to the industry on Monday. There will be a reduction in the number of compliance inspections that are scheduled. Currently, we schedule them about once a quarter. We will be focused more on the activities of their permits, and as they make continuous progress on permits, it would likely prompt an inspection, but the county does hold the right to inspect at any time between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And the inspectors have been directed to focus on the most recent correction notice when they go out to the site and measure cultivation. Number 2, customer service levels and expectations need to be practical and managed. Currently, HCD requests responses to a phone call in 24 hours and an email in 48 hours, although that is not mandated. EHB generally requires staff to respond to phone calls and emails in 24 hours. Number 3, I did talk about the permanent restrooms. Number 4, the departments should consider a simple process guide for applicants to understand. for the planning and building permits, and then for environmental health permits. And finally, the industry was very supportive of the focus groups. They're very appreciative. They liked meeting in small groups, and they asked the program to continue those as needed throughout the year. And with that, this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Joanne. And thank you particularly for all of those meetings that you and your team did. I think it has yielded a lot of really important information. I will go to my colleagues and I'll start at the end and move this way.
Thank you, Joanne. I just want to share with the community that this, as Joanne said at the beginning, was a tough report to receive. And I know that for staff, having these conversations is never comfortable, but it's how we grow. It's facing the truth about what the perceptions are of our work and of our relationships in order to grow into a better relationship and something that can sustain and be a long-term force within our economy and our communities. And so I really appreciate the feedback. While it was hard to read, I know that there are bits and pieces of what we've been working on, but putting them into a single report in a concise way that allows for the community to reflect. And by community, I mean industry, and also the community that's not tied to this industry in any way, is important. And the reason that's important is there's still stigma attached to this industry. It's not treated as agriculture. It's not treated as legal business sometimes from the way that people approach it from the outside. But internally, we've reaped the rewards as a community going through COVID of the benefit of the tax dollars that came in. And at the same time, now we're looking at an industry that's suffering, that's having a tough time just paying their bills. And so having this honest dialogue, obviously the direction was to go and continue this dialogue because we know that this is still evolving. But I think the critical parts of this report, focusing on some of those challenges that have been called out, specifically the quarterly reviews, those feelings of the constant checking and feeling like the goalposts are always moving. Those are things that I know and I continue to hope that we will focus on as removing as key barriers. And to me, at the end of the day, those can be summed up in one sentence, and that is improving customer service and relationships. And so once again, tough report to read. I appreciate the work that went into it because it does take a lot of self-reflection and that ability to step back. I've heard good things from industry about this report. And so I look forward to the public comment on this as well. But thank you for bringing this forward.
You know, Chris, I totally agree with you that, customer service is one of the most important things, but I also believe that clear, definable processes are also just absolutely important. And what I think Joanne has just uncovered is the frustration that the industry feels of the goalpost constantly moving, as I believe you even said, but you really want to do the right thing, but it's so complex. It's very difficult to try to do that. So I think I very much appreciate what you've done because I think this is giving us a good lens into what it is that we really have to work with. And I'm very thankful that Eric is here because I know that he's just hand in glove with you to make this work. This is the third largest crop that we have in our county. And it's critical that we make this work. And I feel like the two people that I respect very much, both Joanne and Eric, working together here really will understand the industry's needs so that they can help make it work instead of feeling as they, I think, do that that government is an obstacle to a hurdle to get through rather than a gate that opens and helps you walk through. So I'm really pleased that we're doing this. And with the grand jury report now and the governor changing his approach to taxation now, I think we've got a lot of really good things. The thorough review of the Citygate report, we've got some really critical things. And quite frankly, the word you used earlier was pause. I think that's an important thing for us to do, to sort of reset, to ensure that we can make this easier for folks as we move forward. But I'm jumping in again before I go to my other colleagues. Supervisor Root, ask you.
Yeah, there's a lot of information being presented to us today. And so starting with this, I think is really important to understand how we are, for me, not sitting in the meetings and being in the middle of the discussions that have been taking place is really helpful to have everything written out and documented in one place so that I could keep track of, this piece of conversation and that feedback and this feedback. But I did have a question on some of the recommendations that were listed, and they didn't, if I'm looking at the recommendations on the staff report on page 7, and they don't totally tie back, or I'm not tracking them back directly to the recommendations within the primary page recommendations, but under page 7 recommendations number 1, where it says that one outcome of these proposed revisions is to transfer the responsibility to complete all research related to land use permits, building permits, related code enforcement cases, and any other subject that prevents the applicant from becoming locally compliant. This effort will be removed from the compliance inspection staff and transferred to program staff, which will further increase their workload. Can you speak a little bit more to that recommendation?
Yes, and so
Did you say it was on page 7 of the slide deck?
Well, it's on page 7 of the staff report.
Always a staffer.
Once a staffer, always a staffer, and he was excellent at it at all times. I know, excellent customer service, just like you said.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Askew, so you're asking about which number?
Yeah, so it's on page 7 of the staff report. It's recommendation number 1.
Correct.
And I'm just trying to, I guess, a couple questions, understand how that recommendation fits back to the primary recommendations for action of the board today. Is that something we're being asked to consider? And then I just have more, if we are, or is that something for future consideration as a future recommendation for the Cannabis Committee to consider?
I think we're approaching that as the action step of going forward. If the board agrees to each one of those. So for example, for number 1, we've gained agreement of a revised compliance inspection process. We relate that back to the Citygate report as well. That would really just be an agreement to, if that's how you would like the program to proceed.
Okay, so if we were to move staff recommendation today, which was items A through F, are you saying that we would also be moving forward all of the recommendations on page 7?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Okay, no, thank you for clarifying that. And then a couple other questions. So my understanding of the Citygate report. So this would be sort of tied back to Citygate recommendation number 1. So it'd be the opposite of what Citygate recommendation number 1 was saying. Citygate recommendation number 1 talked about continuing to have separation between the Cannabis Permit Division and the Housing and Community Development Department Division. But this would be asking everything to come back under the Cannabis Program Division. If you could just explain what exactly is being recommended here and how it connects back to the Citygate report, that would be helpful for me.
Okay, so you're asking for the correlation between the focus group report and the Citygate report.
No, I'm asking for connection between the recommendation number 1 on page 7 back to the Citygate report.
Okay, back to the Citygate report. So the Citygate report, one of the recommendations for compliance inspections is to increase the inspections to every other month. They really don't make any other recommendations related to the compliance inspection staff.
Okay, so moving the compliance inspection staff and transferring that responsibility to program staff, which would be cannabis program staff.
Oh, no, wait, it went off. So we are not recommending that the compliance inspection staff report to the program. That's not what we're recommending.
Okay, can you describe what the recommendation then for recommendation number 1?
Okay,
Because my understanding as I read this is that it would transfer responsibility to complete all research related to land use permits, building permits, code related permit enforcement cases, and any other subject that prevents the applicant from becoming locally compliant. The effort would be removed from the compliance inspection staff and transferred to program staff.
Okay, now I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so now I understand. So when we had presented this report to the Cannabis Committee, the idea was to utilize the compliance inspection staff with the example that the industry requested of case managers. And in working with the HC director and EHB, it was not going to be practical and it was not going to work out. As you have to understand, those inspectors are compliance inspectors and they report to each of those individual departments. For that case manager kind of function to work, they would still need to take some type of direction from the program. And so we're basically saying, we're not going to go with that idea anymore. We're not going to try to use the compliance inspectors in that capacity. The program will take on that responsibility. We've been assisting the industry now for, a number of years. We're pretty well versed with them. We know who they are. We know their, what permits relate to what's cannabis business permit. And so we're willing to take that workload on because we know that it is so critical for them to gain local compliance at this point. So I'm sorry if it was not written clearly.
Okay. And so then when it says that this will increase workload of the cannabis program staff, is there a cost associated with that?
Is there a cost?
With the increased workload that's being recommended?
No, there's really no cost other than the fact that some of us will be working more than 40 hours a week. So there's no really additional cost. It's just that what I'm trying to emphasize here is that the program, we're happy to do the work. We're very dedicated to the industry, but we have a lot of assignments. We have a lot of work tests that are put on us because we are the program and we do a lot of collaboration.
Okay. I think that everyone who I've spoken to has deep respect and appreciates the work that cannabis program staff is doing and how responsive everyone is. So,
okay.
So I hear that feedback for sure. And I think that, that came through in some of the other report. I just want to make sure that I understand if the recommendations that we're being asked to approve today, I wanted to make sure I was really clear about what we were actually being asked to approve.
Okay.
It's not just the recommendations on page 1, it's also the recommendations on page 7.
Correct.
Okay.
And I just would like to point out, so when we were drafting the report, we were thinking about an augmentation, but we just didn't think that was going to be feasible. And it probably would not be well received right now. So we just decided that we would take on the work.
Okay. And so with the increased workload, that would be something that the cannabis program would continue to manage.
Yes.
And determine if and when there's a change in the need to, because it's also not sustainable to have staff who are contracted for a certain number of hours work around the clock. Like that's not a feasible option either. For our county, it's not feasible for me to give direction to my county staff to say, I need you to work around the clock, or I need you to work weekends, or I need you to work evenings. I need you to not have, I feel a duty to ensure that the expectations we set for county employees are within reason.
Okay. So
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Those were my questions for this item. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joanne, for your report. But as I read it, it didn't seem like it was, besides the references to the Citygate report, which is new and which we'll discuss next, a lot of these issues have been ongoing. And in fact, Supervisor Lopez and I used to ask regular reports, and we would hear complaints about the inspections, the redundancy. Those are raised individually with you, and they were certainly raised in the Cannabis Committee. But it seems like the problems have been ongoing. The only item I think is different is on the bathrooms at item number 3. That's really trying to address disparities in and unnecessary cost, where I think our staff could really help provide some clarity to the board. What is legally required, and where can we make some accommodations that could speed up permitting and that could perhaps reduce infrastructure cost. And I know there was several examples, the bathrooms being one, but I know there was the water quality issues and infrastructure. There was the fire the fire infrastructure. And that's where some of those items that are, the cannabis industry is regulated by a lot of local and state regulations. And so it's helpful for the board to understand what is required under state law. For example, on the fire sprinklers, is that going to be an item that the local fire departments and marshals would have to agree on, or is that going to be something that this board cannot specifically address? If the bathrooms, what are the rules and regulations about that? And can this board provide some reasonable options to provide some flexibility in that area? I think those are the kind of questions and answers I think that we need, so we could provide some greater clarity to staff and to the industry as we move forward to address some real issues. I know there's a lot of frustration because of the downturn in this industry, and I totally recognize that things have been a struggle, and the overproduction have caused additional stresses on local investors and businesses. I know that certainly it took the state a long time to also recognize that its cultivation tax was out of balance with where the market was at today. But finally, in the May revised last Friday, the governor proposed eliminating or at least pausing that cultivation tax for some time. And I know they're going to take that up in the state budget on June 15th, and then it will likely go into an effect at the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. But we have, I would say we have tried to address some of these issues, kind of on the staffing issues and on the permitting issues, the frustrations in those procedures. We have in the past increased staffing resources. We increased resources for consultants to do some of that work, and it was all intended to address these problems months ago. So Joanne, considering that, besides the new items on the list here, it seems that the resources were intended to hire additional staff, hire additional consultants. I know the concerns on inspection is really kind of reworking how we're doing customer service and making those inspections more efficient and not just ongoing and the moving of the goalpost each time. But on the other frustrations, we have provided those resources, but it seems that they're still not addressing or they're not meeting enough needs or addressing the concerns enough to be able to make a difference from where we were at last year when we approved the funding to this point in time.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, it was a question for Joanne on the resources provided and whether it's meeting the needs to address these problems. That it's not a new issue. Everybody in the cannabis industry knows they've raised these numerous times before, and we have tried to address them in the past, but it seems that the resources put forward is still not meeting the need.
Supervisor Alejo, so when the board originally approved the cannabis staff allocations, there was a thought or there was a statement that they would be 100% dedicated to cannabis. And so based on that, the program cannot, we don't have authority or oversight to direct staff other than the staff that report to the CAO's office. So the concept of this case manager, we had originally thought that we could utilize the compliance inspectors since we would be doing less inspections to fulfill this kind of thought of how it could help the industry. But in my discussions with both departments, some of the staff are assigned other duties. So that is out of my control. We don't have the ability to direct staff to say, I will have you work on this today, and I need this done by, let's say, end of day or the next day. And so in answer to your question of, do we have a resource issue? I think the program has significantly changed, and I've tried to share that over the years, that the program will continuously change as the state changes regulations, as the industry changes. And we may have to revisit the allocations that we currently have have dedicated to the program.
And let me, if I could, sorry, Supervisor, if I could also add in that I think that Joanna's, being polite in how she wants to address the needs of the internally with the county, with the cannabis program directly. And we need to make sure that she has the adequate resources. As far as the positions that are funded in the various departments throughout the county that are funded from cannabis revenue, and if they're fully funded from cannabis revenue to provide services to this program, when they're not providing services to this program, they should be doing other work. That is, just because, we want to be efficient. However, they all should understand, I think, that the board has an expectation that if they're funded by the cannabis program, that they are responsive to do the work of the cannabis program. And I think that's something that goes across the whole county, regardless of whether they work under the CAO ultimately or under another department. And I think that the board of supervisors, if they hear that departments, employees in departments who are fully funded to help the program are not responsive to the needs of that program, they're going to have to revisit that funding.
Exactly, Charles, because here we are almost at the end of this fiscal year, and we did a significant augmentation to the cannabis program staffing and resources last year. And we should be able to get a progress report that we've actually improved the backlog of permits, that we've improved customer service, because that was the reason they were short-staffed and we needed to, have more of the team members to be able to address those needs. And even on the enforcement side, we increased funding there. The consultants were hired because they said it takes time to hire county employees, so the consultants could be hired on an as needed basis. And I think we allocated another $300,000-$400,000 for that. So I'm just saying that at some point in time, we can't just throw money at an issue. We really have to look at the effectiveness of those dollars and to making sure when we're increasing significant augmentations that it's actually meeting the goals or that it's an intended purpose. And so I could just envision us being a year from now, next May 2023, and still hearing the same issues. And I think the industry wants to hear, no, that we've actually made improvements, that they're seeing them, that they're real, because it's industry money that is funding those services. And it should be more customer friendly. It should be help facilitating people moving off provisional permits and getting fully licensed. That's the kind of we have made some progress. Joanne has been key to give us updates on that, but it just seems that it's not moving fast enough. And time is of the essence. We do have a clock ticking now on many of these businesses, and so we should be on these next decisions and discussions that we have on the agenda. We should be putting that in mind and making sure we do the follow up to making sure that we're making making the intended goals of and outcomes of the research we're putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah. I'm not really surprised by this because you remember I made a board referral about why can't we all get along and work together, and I'm not sure that got very far. And I've reached out to the industry to talk to them, and no one's complaining about you. I mean, they say you even call them back on a Sunday to work on it, which I sure wouldn't do it. But we're spending $6.5 million on enforcement, and I got to say, and I guess we all looked at this a little. I mean, everybody, the industry and us, all looked at this. Well, this was a huge cash cow coming in, but a lot of us looked at it differently, myself included. Although I was one of the original ones on the committee, Supervisor Potter and I, but you still looked at it a little different. I used to prosecute people who were selling marijuana back in the day, and you looked at it a little bit. It seems like we're looking in it some ways that we're not looking at it like another ag business. We're looking at it in a little tendency to how can we nail that and red tag rather than what we're talking about, customer service. How can we help you to get in compliance? And it's not just HCD. We got to work with environmental health and fire and ag, but ag's kind of in their own bailiwick. But and some of the problem too is I don't think the people that were getting in the industry realized, and we may be making them do more than others, and that's something we really have to look at. But they didn't realize a lot of the facilities they took over were in dire needs of a lot of investment. And they didn't realize fire sprinklers, is that something we have to have? That's expensive. And I know they were all underpowered from electrical. My electrical friend, he's just constantly busy trying to, and then the delays in getting PG&E to upgrade the service. Doesn't surprise him, but I think we have to do better because, and if we start dropping the tax down, we're going to be at a break-even place pretty soon from a tax standpoint, and that shouldn't be. And we ought to be able to get by the goal line. And once we get these people licensed, hopefully, our some of our work is over. But you hear them talk about the length and scrutiny of the inspection, county inspection versus the state inspection, and it's there's quite a divergence there. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you. Those are good, good comments and good observations. Let me take it out to the public and see if we have any comments now from the public on this particular element that we're talking about. See, Mr. Roach is approaching. The Roach approaches.
Thank you. Thank you. Bob Roach, the Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. I was able to attend all those sessions, and this report is a very good representation of what happened there. And I think it points the way forward. It shows us what corrections are needed. We do need to be tracking those applications and make sure that both the county and the cannabis industry are living up to their commitments. That hasn't been said yet, but everyone needs to do their part. And we need to be on the operators as well as need to be on the county. But I feel like the county departments have really not been fully aligned with the county's commitment to establish a cannabis industry here. But it feels like they're coming around, and it feels like we're on the right track now. Also have concerns about the workload being shifted. And the curse of doing good work is you get more of it. So here we are. But in the beginning, let's go back. Everyone was naive and uninformed in the beginning. We didn't know a lot of things we know today. The health department didn't let us know that public water systems and septic systems would be required for many of these properties, and that because they're in flood zones, they're going to have problems. And by the way, no portable toilets for cannabis. Fire districts never told us about the cost of fire sprinklers. Building services never told us what we were going to go through, as is in this report. And we thought it would be a good idea to allow this only in the existing greenhouses to get those fixed up, but that added substantially to the cost. And many operators failed to diligently investigate what was before them. Then the market crashed, and now we're in this situation. But at least it galvanized a response moving forward, and our confidence is with the cannabis program to and your board to advance the necessary measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Good afternoon. My name is Joey Espinosa. I wanted to thank Joanne and the cannabis program and all county staff that were involved in putting this report together, and mostly thank them for capturing this feedback. And as some of you have said, putting it in a very concise and simple thing to read in one setting as opposed to all of our comments that you've heard over the years. So we really do appreciate that. And I think you did a really great job with it. And also thank you to the board. I appreciate some of your comments that you've made today. It gives us a feeling of being heard. And I can tell that you guys mean what you say. I think one of the big things things that stood out to me and that I've come to learn by helping a lot of folks with this is the cost to do all of this. As you've seen some of those estimates, I mean, if you've done building and construction in Monterey County, you know it is a lot. And when we're talking about taking these farms that have been out of compliance for decades and bringing them up to today's code, it's an astronomical feat to try to achieve. And when you're doing that and trying to run your business and stay alive at the same time, it's even harder. When we have situations where timelines are very slow, operators often have to make the choice. Do I just take the risk and maybe take the consequence of paying double fees because I did this without a permit? Or do I wait for a permit? If I have bad water and I need a dosatron and an RO system to clean my water and have better plants, do I wait 3, 4, 5 months to get the green light to put in this dosatron and RO system, or do I do it today and try to start improving my operation? And this is kind of what happens often. And then inspection staff comes, of course, hey, you weren't supposed to do that. But again, it's a matter of trying to make this all work together, and operators are constantly having to make these choices. I just wanted to leave a note that if we are going to look at providing some kind of a permit guide, I did find a permit guide from 2004 that the county provided back then that has been very helpful for me today, even 20 years, almost 20 years later. So it could be a starting point for this new permit guide. And I think it will help folks have an idea of what they need to do before they get into this, as opposed to us who are kind of learning as we go. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other members in the chambers who wish to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, let's go online. I'm having some difficulty seeing any of the participants, whether panelists or attendees. Can you please check for us?
Yes, we have several. The first is Christina De Posse.
Okay, thank you so much. Christina, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for your comments.
Got it. Thank you.
You're very
Christine, we really can't hear you at all.
Oh, no. Okay.
Now I can a bit.
Oh, well, I hope that I just wanted to quickly thank Joanne for putting this together. Joanne and Norma are like a tremendous help. I'm CEO of Monterey TILF. We have 19 different licenses. We're down Encinal. We've been here since 2017. And, you know, the cost of operating a business here is tremendous. And when you're trying to make sure that you're compliant, you're growing efficiently, and you're, you know, beautifying these things, and you're building teams, it's just tremendous, and it's a lot to navigate. And Joanne really did a great job listening to all of us and presenting that feedback. And I really thank all the Board of Supervisors for your comments, because it seems like you guys are also finally hearing us too, where this is expensive. It is not a cash cow. We are not, it took so long for our company to be profitable. And as soon as we gained profitability, we immediately lost it when the market crashed. And there's not a lot of capital options to us. And so anything you can do to make this process smoother and more consistent, instead of having different inspectors tell us different things and it's just being super choppy, we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina. Our next speaker,
Kat Mineo.
Kat Mineo. If you could please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Kat Mineo. I am speaking today from JRG Attorneys at Law. First, I just want to echo the appreciation here for the county staff and the board regarding today's report, also the discussion, and I think just the ongoing dialogue between the industry and staff. I think we can all agree that we are headed in the right direction with regard to the cannabis program here in Monterey. The industry has made a lot of progress in terms of infrastructure improvements and many other things. So we definitely want to affirm our desire to continue working with the county and the industry to come up with interim or alternative solutions as the issues continue to arise. We do believe that we need to continue supporting the workforce, and therefore we just would like to request that the county does consider allowing the portable toilets to remain an option because they are significantly closer for the workers and to the greenhouses. And I just appreciate all of your time here today. That's all.
Thank you, Kat. Our next speaker,
Michelle Hackett.
Michelle, if you press *6, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think there's no question Joanne and her staff have just done an absolutely incredible job. And from industry, we're very appreciative of the efforts of her and her team. I think overall, we're continuing to work with the various other departments. However, there have been many challenges, and it's taken multiple meetings to come to resolutions and work together. When I think of Joanne and staff, there's always a can-do attitude, which is, again, why Bob said they're always the first call we all seem to make. But as compliancy comes further and further, each department, if they had that same can-do attitude, we would be moving forward. So I think what needs to be recognized is the other departments need to step up and see us as a partner and work together. And slowly but surely, we are doing that. Fire as an example, there's been a number of hurdles and rules and regulations that have added to the cost of the infrastructure to get these fully licensed and with fire suppression. And, we've come to their board meetings and we've had discussions, we've come up with payment plans. And to me, that is working together over time. I think environmental health as another example, having these changes to stipulated agreements, for example, for dry space and seeing new rules and regulations, we have to come together. These are new things, nuances that are happening daily, to date. And I think overall, I use fire as an example because I really have seen them really shift and really start to work with us, but we've had to put in the work, myself, Bob, and a few operators that have been attending their meetings regularly, and we'll need to do that department by department. But I think the general consensus here is if there's a point person by department that is supposed to work with the cannabis program, they have to have the same dedication and team-like effort that Joanne and staff have, because we always rely and go back to Joanne and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I agree. Our next speaker,
Eloise Shim.
Eloise, you're on *6 and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good afternoon. This is Eloise Shem. And I just wanted to make the comment that I think that the cannabis operators, for them to expect to have a dedicated individual caseworker for each of the operators is extravagant. It's an extravagant expense to the taxpayers for the cannabis industry, because the industry was supposed to be profitable for the county. And the revenues now for the county should be going to things like housing and homeless subsidies and things like that. But with all of the tax cuts, et cetera, it's becoming more of a financial liability. So I don't really see why they're demanding now that they have to have, it's going to cost the taxpayers money if they have an individual caseworker for each operator. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. So our next speaker.
A phone number ending in 961.
Telephone number ending in 961. If you would like to press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. And if you can identify yourself, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Oliver Bates here from the Big Sur Farmers Association. It'll be a repeat, but I want to just support staff's recommendation and any recommendation they may have as for our group of small legacy farmers down the coast. This staff in this current situation has been the most progressive move forward in almost 6 years for us. And she's really, even though we're the outliers and what have you. We really feel like she picked up a big mess. The only person I know of in this entire room or on the call that was here in the beginning was Supervisor Phillips. And if I remember correctly, it was Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Potter, who originally set this up with RMA. And at the time it was Carl Holm and Craig Spencer, as we all know. They all worked very hard too, but during the dismantling of that, we really had an ordinance we couldn't work with. And Joanne, we feel, picked up a gigantic mess, the entire staff, Miles, everyone. And now that community and housing development out of the RMA is taking on quite a transition as well. So we would ask and really recommend that you follow Joanne's recommendations, or I'm sorry, the cannabis program. We keep coming back to Joanne. But this is because we really feel like they have the tools, and these industry meetings have been so informative and so direct in getting that information to you all. We would really hate to see that dismantled in a way. And even though we only have 6 permits in there, we're very important and influential people, and they're encountering the same kind of problems that everybody out in Salinas Valley might be experiencing. So it goes for the little guys too, and we're just so supportive of everything that's being created now. We see it as a big step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Our next speaker,
Jennifer Rosenthal.
Jennifer, press *6 and you're on.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you. I would like to initially echo what all have said this afternoon and commend Joanne and her staff on all the time and energy they have put into gathering this data and working with both the industry and the county in creating some achievable goals. I'd also like to thank the supervisors for all your focus and attention to the industry and your expressed desire to do what is needed to keep it successful and sustainable. I have been working with the industry as an attorney for many of the operators and as the vice president of Monterey County cannabis industry since the early days. And as Bob Roach indicated, nobody knew what the costs would be to become a licensed legally operating cannabis company in the county. And as we've discovered going through this process, it's been extremely unmeasurable and is almost making business operations in compliance with both state and local regulations unsustainable for the operators. I think the recommendations suggested by staff and set forth today are absolutely necessary to keep these companies moving forward and not going bankrupt, and in an effort to assist all of the businesses to succeed. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next speaker.
That was the last hand up.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak now? Raise your hand or forever hold your peace. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. And I'll turn to my county counsel, who had a good suggestion that he gave me just a minute ago.
Good. I'll try not to give any legal
Damn
advice,
it.
though.
I'm sorry. I've done it again. I'm so sorry. Forgive
No, it's
me.
hard
I
for me
don't
not
know.
to do it too.
I
So,
can't believe that. So sorry.
so there are a lot of recommendations in here, and appreciate those, Joanne, putting those forward both on the agenda itself and also in the staff report. Many of those recommendations are to give direction to housing community development, environmental health, as well as you, Joanne, and your staff. And so I would just ask at this point if we could hear from environmental health. Rick Encarnacion is here, and also Eric Lundquist. Their response to those recommendations, their support to see how they can help move all this forward in a proactive and effective way for both the county and the industry. I think we have to recognize that some regulation is needed, and that's appropriate. As that's the role here that we play as a government. But also, how can we also make it most efficient and effective? So, Rick or Eric, whoever wants to go first, I'd appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Acting Bureau Chief, Environmental Health Bureau. I fully support the recommendations and the program. And as my presentation the other day regarding the portable restrooms and being open to ideas to help this industry become successful, we're totally on board. I made a short comment yesterday about the difference between even treatment and equitable treatment. And it's clear that we have to be equitable. We have to give this industry a bigger box to look over the fence. And that's where we are with environmental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. We've got you recorded saying that.
Thank you, Chair Adams, members of the board, staff. I would echo Rick's statements. Yeah, HCD is totally supportive of the industry in moving these applications forward. And I would be the first to admit that the regulations are cumbersome, but they are what they are. Be efficient in the application of those regulations. The discretionary permit process involves a lot of moving parts, not only internally as well as externally. You have workforce issues not only occurring internally, you have them occurring externally as well. And then you put CEQA requirements, Environmental Quality Act requirements on top of that. And then you have all of our building standards codes. You have OSHA requirements. I mean, it's endless. And so I feel for the agency. I don't know how anybody gets it done these days, to be honest with you. There's just that amount of regulations. But with the board support in receiving funding, this year we received ARPA funding as well to help offset consultant services on other types of projects. That allowed us more depth within the department to focus on the discretionary applications for the cannabis projects. As a result, we've been able to get 20 of them, almost 20, I think 18 at the last cannabis committee were recognized as getting approved. So we're able to move those forward. We also received contracts through CSG to move our building permits forward. So working on those, streamlining those efforts, again, with the cannabis program support, environmental health bureaus support also at the Ag Commissioner's office and getting those projects through the Ag Advisory Committee reviews. So we are fully on board and invested in seeing these projects forward. I do hope that when we meet, perhaps in 6 months, I don't know when we're scheduled to come back in front of the board for consideration, but I hope to report on another 20 being approved. We have Moss Landing Business Park that's going to be considered here in the next 45 days. We have a North County initial study that's out for circulation. That's going to approve potentially another 7 applications. So we are right on the heels of making substantial progress. And I do appreciate the industry being forthright with their opinions. Had they been hiding those, we wouldn't have heard. So it is good to learn from the industry and get that direction. And again, it's hard to swallow, but it's reality. Thank you.
Do the three of you meet regularly?
We've almost meet daily.
And Rick?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
We meet daily.
You meet daily? Okay. That sounds really regular.
Not multiple times a day.
Good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just wondering about the outdoor growth piece as well.
We did receive grant funding through the local assistance grant, and we are proceeding forward. We have an RFP out on the streets. We're hoping to receive some proposals that will allow us to do a programmatic EIR in support of our outdoor pilot program. Ultimately, that will help streamline the project level reviews when those applications come forward. And we do have 6 of those pending, and we hope for some more. We did bring to the Cannabis Committee some suggestions for revision to the pilot program, one being to extend it, and then to incorporate some other revisions that we hope will broaden the scope of the outdoor pilot program to some degree, not fully broaden it. I don't know that we're quite ready for that, but to provide some additional incentives for that component of the industry.
Maybe just like one more.
What's that?
Nothing, never mind. But I wanted to just ask Joanne, so if we today, and I feel like we have consensus for this, approve the staff recommendations for this item, we've got several items left to go. For this item, what do you need? What can we do from the board's dais to help just speed everything along, smooth it out? I'm looking at the people who can make this happen, and I know how hard it's been. What can we do to help?
Well, hindsight is always 2020. Had we considered ordinances and environmental reviews at the onset, making these by right applications would have helped the planning process. But I think what CAO Charles McKee had said, we have regulations that are in place today, so we have to deal with them. So continued workforce support will help. The budget support for our consultation services, especially in 8CD, I have found to be extremely beneficial because that allows the other components of the department, our housing projects, our non-residential projects to continue to proceed, but really to focus that consultant support on the cannabis project is bringing those forward.
Okay, thanks very much, Eric.
You're welcome.
Chair Adams, and maybe this will come up in the next presentation, but I do believe that there needs to be a tighter review and analysis of the current resources being allocated. And to Supervisor Askew's point, I don't think the board wants to hear that anybody is working 60 to 70 hours a week because they're dedicated to their program. And so with that being said, I think it would be a healthy look at maybe where we should be putting those resources. And as I had mentioned to a member of the Cannabis Committee, that was a great idea to have a collaborative environment for this program. But there is something very different about being able to suggest to a staff person that does not report to you and to direct. And that is the difference that we have seen and we've tried to share to the committee and to the board in the past years.
Thank you for that.
So
CAO?
Yeah, just one last thing on trying to move this a little bit, move this forward. So we have the recommendations here. I'm wondering, and maybe this is somewhat for Eric too, recognizing that we need to have some regulations in place because they're appropriate, but should we have a review of the current system we have and the regulation side of it to see if they are, appropriate and necessary, and whether there should be any modifications? Would that assist in any way?
It would assist. And in fact, we're doing it in part with our outdoor pilot program through this RFP and this environmental evaluation. It will give us that opportunity to look at those regulations. And then if there are some suggested changes, either through an alternatives analysis as part of the EIR, we can go through and evaluate those changes and then bring those forward for consideration by the appropriate authority, be it the Planning Commission or the board. But it would help for further direction on the inland components of whether those discretionary applications should be amended further.
So when you say amending further, you're talking to changing those to by right with the hearing up front and then responding to any concerns, thereby shifting the process.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And then similarly, we had the referral previously by Supervisor Phillips. You've had the City Gate report, which you're going to comment on next. I'm wondering if you see any need for changing in the reporting structure and the processing structure. I know that was something that was recommended and suggested in different ways, not by you, maybe, but if there's any need to go there to make this program overall more efficient or effective.
I'm not sure I understand beyond what the existing regulation is.
The recommendation.
Yeah, more of a reporting structure.
If I could jump in here, the way that I would frame it is the idea that nobody can have two masters, right? It's very hard to report to two people, but that question of how reporting is happening and the fact that prioritization of these projects, should we be looking at how that reporting happens in a way that prioritizes the projects through a second person, which could complicate it, but looking at the different options that are available in order to make sure that these projects carry the weight that they deserve given the funding stream that's creating the positions.
Well, I see what you're saying now. And I think maybe what would be more beneficial is if there was one compartment for cannabis permit processing. Because right now those projects are funneled through with all the others. So they sit in queue with all the others. Although we do recognize the importance of them, now that the board's provided us direction to make that a high priority. But if there was one plan checker, one planner potentially assigned to cannabis projects, that might help just create that focus on those projects, or a team that is reviewing rather than sitting in a queue.
Yeah, and I think, Eric, to that point, I think that's exactly what I was trying to get at earlier, which is if the program is, if cannabis is funding these positions, and I think everybody across the county who is working or department heads who have these positions that are funded by cannabis for the purpose of processing the program, essentially, they should be taken off the other projects if cannabis permits are in the queue or applications are in the queue.
Yeah, they should have their own queue. I mean,
Exactly. They should be on the express lane.
I think that, and I think, Rick, I think that same with, your program and whoever else is, what any other departments that play a role in that. I think that's the point.
Right. Understood.
Okay, so should we move forward? And do you want to I'll make a motion to support all of staff's recommendation for item number 21.
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call? And we've already heard from the public, so we can move forward then.
Through the chair, I have one final comment.
Yes.
I think that the one message that I want to very clearly communicate is that there is support from this board to listen to our stakeholders and to make adjustments as needed as we continue to collectively figure out the path forward for cannabis. It's an industry that I think has benefited our community, benefited our county, and we all share a fairly significant stake in ensuring the success. And so I really appreciate Joanne and your team, appreciate HCD, the work that your team is doing, environmental health, the stakeholders who continue to be so clear and consistent in their communication. And none of this is straightforward, but I do believe we're moving through the sludge to figure out what the right next steps are forward. And just a question, will the Cannabis Committee be watching these recommendations closely and monitoring them as they happen to come and then bring them back to the board with some final recommendations?
Yep.
Like hawks.
I can't say we're going to start meeting every day, but definitely the answer is
Great. Thank you.
definitely yes,
Thank you for
definitely.
the final comment.
Okay, so could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close item 21. Ms., do you need to have a break or anything before we go into the next item?
No,
Okay.
I would like to just move through, and I'll try to be as quick as possible.
All right, so here we go. We're on item 22, and we will just move right ahead. And this is the report that provides staff input on Citygate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
There we go.
Thank
So
you,
you're
Chair
on.
Adams. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Just as a brief recap, the study of the cannabis program began with a referral that was made in July of 2021, and it was to address insignificant progress towards local authorization and with the local permits. Citygate and Associates LLC entered into an agreement with the CAO's office in September 2nd of 2021, and a formal report was presented to the full board in March of 2022. Next slide, please. HCD and the program were directed to present their analysis and recommendations to the Cannabis Committee. The program presented that information on April 7th. The Cannabis Committee agreed with the report and directed staff to return to the full board. They did voice their concern regarding the number of recommendations and the ability for the program staff to manage the volume of related work. Next slide, please. One of the Citygate recommendations is the creation and implementation of SMART goals. SMART goals stand for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. Defining goals within these parameters help ensure that objectives are attainable within a certain time frame. As you may recall, the Managing for Results Countywide Performance Measurement Program conducted training for all departments on this type of goal. The objective at that time was to require each department to submit goals that would be included in the recommended budget book. Next slide. Citygate's recommendation proposed goals be implemented prior to July of 2023. In working with Eric Lundquist, the program felt that we should establish the goals now and report to the committee and board if directed on outcomes periodically. Staff recommends reporting each quarter, but will take direction if the board would like to review outcomes more often. As I had mentioned earlier, SMART goals can be very difficult to create and manage as related to specific customer service outcomes. And those examples would be to return a phone call within a specific period of time or return an email response. But we will continue to review and evaluate how we might accomplish this effort. The program has created 4 SMART goals. Goals number 1 and 2 relate to the cannabis business permit and our ability to issue once all the departments have approved workflow. Next slide, please. SMART goal number 3 is in part due to what I'm going to describe to you in a few slides later about the provisional cannabis business permit. If the board approves with this concept, by August 1, 2022, the program will issue up to 100 operators who have not obtained a cannabis business permit and will be issued a provisional cannabis business permit under good standing criteria that expires 1 year from issuance to date. SMART goal number 4 relates to the renewal of that provisional cannabis business permit. And I just want to note that when the program issues the cannabis business permit, we can do so actually within 24 hours once all the departments approve workflow. The next 4 goals are related to HCD. Next slide, please. Their first one is the building permit plan check. And they will complete the review of plans submitted with building permits within 6 to 8 weeks. And they are targeting 100% service level on that. Number 2, environmental services permit plan review. This is for them to complete that review within 6 to 8 weeks. And again, their target level is 100%. Next slide, please. The next one relates to the engineering services permit plan review. Again, the same thing, 6 to 8 week review time, and the service level again is at 100%. And their last one is to complete a construction permit. And so within 1 working day of the request, they will schedule that inspection. And again, at a 100%. Next slide, please. So since this is the second time we've come to the board regarding Citygate, we're not going to go through every single recommendation, but what we would like to do is just to recap all of the recommendations. Citygate presented 16, and the staff was directed to provide input on each of those recommendations, and that is in your attachment F. We have also correlated a recommendation to what we call a proposed enhancement, and that is found in your attachment E. HCD and the program agree to Citygate's recommendations as shown on your screen, and these are 13 of the 16 recommendations, which is 81% of them. Next slide, please. Staff did not agree with the recommendations 1, 3, and 6 and recommends the board defer those to a date before January 2024 for another review. Recommendation number 1 called for the reorganization of the cannabis program and moving the MA3 and the permit technician along with the cannabis business permit functionality to HCD. The program disagrees with this because the cannabis business permit is really the heart of the cannabis operator. We are able to understand, know, provide information monthly to the cannabis committee with data that relates to the operators as a whole and sometimes as groups. We work, as we've said, with the industry every day. We know the operators. We have a good working relationship with them, and we really believe this would not be in the best interest at this time as we're trying to ramp up all of the permits to get them completed. Recommendation number 3 relates to number 1 because it reclassifies the MA3 to a cannabis permit manager or something similar. Since we are not recommending 1, we wouldn't be recommending number 3. Recommendation number 6 related to increasing compliance inspections to every other month. We did not agree to that, and so we asked that be deferred to a later time. Next slide, please. So there are 5 proposed alternative enhancements since we're not agreeing to all 16. The first one took a lot of thought, and it was actually a concept that was brought to us by Mr. Gerard. It is to establish a provisional cannabis business permit to current operators for 1 year, and a renewal process for some who qualify will be to those who have small state cultivation licenses, a nursery license, a processor license, or if it came to be a testing laboratory license. We reviewed the concept with the Department of Cannabis Control, and they were appreciative of our transparency, and they viewed this proposal as a similar approach to the state's provisional license practice. So the provisional cannabis business permit would be issued to all current operators. If you do not hold a provisional cannabis a cannabis state license and you are not operating, you would not be issued this provisional. What it does is that it pretty much sets the timeline for the operator, because they will have to have completed, for a large licensee, someone who's cultivating more than 22,000 square feet, they will have to have completed their land use permit and some of those conditions, the public water system and septic systems, and the hazardous materials requirements. For those who are considered small, that's anyone who's cultivating less than 22,000 square feet. If you are a processor, if you hold a distribution license or a nursery license, you actually, by state standards, have a longer period of time to become locally compliant. You will actually have until December 31st, 2025. However, the CEQA requirements, and Eric can speak to this, there are milestones that must be met every 6 months. And so we just went through our first review with the state with Eric, and that is why I'm saying that we work very collaboratively together to give them a report on the CEQA status for all of the applicants. HCD has decided that any local land use permit that has not made any progress within the last 6 months will be recommended for denial without prejudice. And again, the provisional cannabis business permits will only be offered to current operators. The other operators who are in the queue that are planning to start within the next months ahead, they will be afforded all of the other enhancements that we're going to present. Next slide, please. Number 2 was we asked the Cannabis Committee to support the augmentation request the program had made to the budget office to expedite permits with Rincon and CSG, but unfortunately that was denied. Number 3, we will continue to meet with applicants who have an incomplete land use permit application. Next slide, please. We will work on our SMART goals and implement that and report outcomes. The compliance inspection process has been revised. Staff will continue to meet with individuals in relation to that kind of case manager concept. Next slide, please. And I think we jumped ahead one. Can we go back one? There you go. Thank you. And we will continue to do the SMART goals as we have described. Next slide. And then we will continue to meet with applicants regarding incomplete items, and we will continue to have the small focus groups. Next slide, please. So we were asked by the CAO's office to make long-term solutions to prevent backlogs from happening. So number one, we need to make the permit process crystal clear using standard operating procedures, guidelines, or fact sheets that are available to the public so that they can help themselves. Number two, we are currently in the process of implementing and expanding upon the cannabis business permit module within Acela Automation. This will make the system user-friendly. They will be able to upload documents instead of sending us electronic files or paper copies. Number three, we will track the progress of open permits through analysis and through the SMART goals and the key performance measures. And number four, we will outsource during periods of high volume or resource shortages as long as we have funding to do so. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. That was item number 22. Let's turn to my colleagues for comments. I'll start down here with Supervisor Phillips. Any comments on this one?
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's a good one. How about you?
I think the only thing that's kind of tripping me up is the last conversation, the question of evolution versus revolution, and really Eric's thought about speeding up the process for new folks, right? This thought of changing the process to by right with the hearings. And so I appreciate these recommendations and think they're okay for now, but really the larger view and how we start really making progress is going to take more of that revolution. And I think that the thought is there, the concepts are there. Now we just need to, I'm hearing support from the board to work towards that path to make sure that we're expediting that on that end. That will change a lot of these recommendations to a significant degree, reduce the amount of staff time and really move timelines in a different direction, which is what we need. And so while I'm supportive and appreciative of this work, I do see the revolution being the more important path for us to focus on. And so I'll be supportive today, but ask that really the focus be on the bigger picture.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, thank you. Joanne, on this proposal of this making everyone, all the current operators obtain this new cannabis business permit, could you explain what the difference is? We're calling it something different under this proposed program, but they basically have a provisional license already, right? And there's a timeline of January 2024, I believe. So there's a short window of time to come into compliance to get the state permitting. So we could call it something else, but it's basically they're going to continue to function with the provisional license. I think the more important aspects is not just changing what kind of permit they have, but trying to facilitate them to have a complete application. And in past reports, you informed us that many of the applicants were incomplete, and that's why they hadn't obtained their full status yet. I'm not sure what else other benefits besides trying to urge them to come in and have a complete application. If they do get the 1-year extension, is that beyond the state timeline that is permitted under such a program? If you could just elaborate. I don't want this to be like just changing the dressing of a name, but it's going to continue to really operate as a provisional license that they have now.
So this would be the provisional cannabis business permit, of which they do not have. They don't have a cannabis business permit right now. And so
they have a state provisional permit to continue to operate, right?
Correct. But per our local ordinances, they need to have the land use permit and the cannabis business permit in order to transition to an annual. This actually puts them in a nice way on notice that they have, for example, the annual licensee. I'll give you an example. Let's say they have 20 licenses and half of them start expiring in April at the state level. And then the other half expire in September next year. When we issue the provisional cannabis business permit sometime in July or August, we will also be issuing them something very similar to like a report card. And it will have a checklist of the items that are remaining to be incomplete. So it really puts a clear presentation for staff and the operator on what needs to be done by when. And then there would be no confusion about, I didn't know, or this is something new. So it would be clearly identified. And I think Robert Brer is here, our deputy counsel, and he might be able to lend some other information regarding this concept.
I appreciate it. The additional.
Okay.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you to the supervisors and chair. So as far as the concept goes, as Joanne stated, right now, there is no provisional permit other than the state license. The idea behind this is twofold, behind this new process. One is it is tied to the state timeline. So Supervisor Alejo asked whether the one-year extension would go past the state timeline. It would not. The idea is that the first year would be sort of a probationary period in which high priority items like the land use entitlement, permanent restrooms, fire suppression, that kind of thing would have to be completed to get the renewal. And the renewal would go only till the end of the state license, depending on the particular license involved. What this would do would be to incentivize operators to complete this process, which, as you know, has been going on for many years. At the same time, it would start this process that Joanne discussed, in which there would be a real focus on hitting each and every item that needs to get completed for each operator and allow them to get through the process quickly and effectively.
Thank you, sir. But like I said, I think that's needed. But obviously, in our past reports, our staff have informed the applicants what is missing. I think we're getting to an end of a timeline here pretty soon in a year and a half, or if I think we don't want to have any any excuses that folks didn't know. So I think we need that, and we need to prioritize staff providing that assistance to come into compliance with all those requirements. But I just wanted to point out that they would be able to continue operating under the state provisional license, which this county authored one of the state legislative extensions of those permits. We're adding a local one, but nonetheless, the state timeline would still expire whether we give this new local permit or not. The state law will supersede in terms of the timeline and implementation. But I'm in agreement. But I was hoping that there would be more under this permit in terms of perhaps extending the timeline. But as you rightly point out, that the state timeline is going to be the one that rules in this situation. But all the other procedures to try to help applicants come into full compliance, I think it's needed at this time because time is of the essence here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew. No comments. Very good. Then we will take it out to the public. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item number 22?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Bob Roche, Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. And we previously submitted detailed comments on the state report, and we support all the staff's recommendations. There are just a couple things in here I saw. Attachment E, and this was mentioned, the augmentation request used for outside consultants was denied. I think we need that. That's an important safety valve. And then also previously was mentioned the issue with inspection staff that had other work to do. And I think this issue of the allocations, and it's all very important. We have a $6.5 million program, almost 30 county employees. And, if they're not using hours, then that should be reallocated somewhere else. Also, recently we had the grand jury report come out, up in smoke, and submitted comments on that, on the recommendations today. And that should be in your offices. But they also had similar recommendations, and also want to put more work on the program staff, but they were also focused on fiscal accountability and transparency, which is where I think we need to go.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Any other members of the public wish to comment on this item today? Do we have any hands raised?
There are none.
No hands raised. Okay, we'll bring it back. Yes, Mr. Lopez.
So, Madam Chair, I think I'd like to make a motion really trying to consolidate the conversations we had in the last item and this item, just so that it's formal. In terms of the permits, I know I've mentioned it here several times, so I would like to see staff work on overhauling those permit requirements and process. And so I think as part of a motion, I'd like to state that into it. Also creating those dedicated teams, as we all talked about, that will focus on processing these permits within each one of those different divisions. To have that direct focus is critical, right? And so then there's the question within this particular item about the reclass of positions in order to capture the need of the appropriate level of work being done. And so I'm supportive of those. And then beyond that, moving the rest of staff recommendation under this report.
I'll second.
Yes, please comment.
My only comment is with the allocations. As previously said in the previous report, I think that the program allocations does need to be reviewed, because even though the board may say that the staff that is paid by cannabis revenue is dedicated 100% to cannabis functionality and supports the program, I think that that's what was stated. Supports the program with their efforts. We do have staff record their time using the Cannabis Override Code, but the departments are given the dollars for those positions regardless. So if I put down 60 hours for cannabis and 20, another so many hours for another assignment, the CAO will still be paid for my position. And so when we talk about how staff is spending their time and if they're doing other things, other items besides cannabis, I do think that needs to be reviewed, because I know for the program staff that we have, our small program, we are constantly shifting every day from the next priority to the next priority, or going back and then redoing something else, or having a new list, for example, the grand jury report. And we're happy to do those things, but we're constantly shifting. And so the realization of what I mentioned to one of the cannabis committee supervisors was that if someone asked me what would I change or what would I do differently if I knew what I knew today, I would be requesting the program be right-sized with the volume of work that we're asked to do day in and day out. And so we're willing to do the work. We sometimes struggle with what is the highest priority when I tell the staff, well, those 10 items, those are all priorities. So that's kind of where we're at. And so I would just ask or just request how the allocations can really be reviewed to the needs of the program today. And it sounds like what I'm hearing today is that you want to see a difference in the permit processing, but you do realize that you don't have any planning staff that are paid by cannabis revenue. You don't have any permit technicians within HCD that are paid by cannabis tax revenue. You do have 3 code compliance inspectors. So it's just a thought to say, maybe we should look at that if that's the direction of the board. And how can the program be involved. When I say involved in that, is that you're asking us to monitor, and we do monitor the statuses of permits. But again, we can't make any direction. We can only ask the question.
Do you want to moderate your modify?
Happy to respond and say that I appreciate that and would ask that that work be included in the revolution portion, which is the analysis of the permit, because I do think that will change work levels and assignments and where they need to be. So I'm happy to make that part of the motion to come back as part of that recommendation on shifting the actual ordinances down the road.
Thank you, because we may find that the need has been reduced for the
Right.
number of staff.
And
So-
lifted in certain departments, reduced
Correct.
in others. And
So
so as part of that, I think it would be an appropriate time to present that
Okay,
analysis side by side.
thank you.
And that works for you? That works for you, Joanne?
Does
It
the
does.
second stand?
And does the second stand? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And so everybody's happy? Okay. And let's see, I think we've taken it out to the public already. So I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
And then just one final comment too, but go ahead.
and Chair
I'm so
Supervisor
sorry. I
Adams.
thought you said you did not have a comment.
It's okay. No, we're good. Did you vote?
I will vote now and I will vote aye.
Yeah. Okay, great. And I think that the question of right sizing departments, I mean, I'm looking back at item number 21 that we just approved, and it does give direction to bring back recommendations in regards to right sizing the program and department staff. So I think we've now reiterated, yes, we want to evaluate, and if we need to make adjustments, let us know what those adjustments are so that we can provide that guidance. I just wanted to make that point where we're doubling down on that point.
I do have a question. So to bring back that report, is it the Cannabis Committee, the Budget Committee, and then the full board?
I know it's,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
this is going to take a long time. I can't think of another way. I don't know if we could just go from cannabis to,
I think it's got to touch them all,
yeah.
you know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Happy to
Okay.
do that.
All right, let's move forward then. That was item 22, which is now closed. We'll go to item 23.
Okay.
Introduce, waive reading of and set, the date says May 31, but I believe that we will have to make that June 1.
Yes.
Okay. So would you like to move forward on that one?
Okay, thank you. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. We're here today to present the proposed standalone ordinance. And I want to just reiterate that this mirrors the Department of Cannabis Control sunset dates for state provisional licenses, and operators will need to begin transition to state licensure starting January 1, 2023. So as we discussed, the provisional cannabis business permit, and we are changing the acronym, so we're going to get it right this time. It will be CBP and PCBP. We will be issuing those to current operators for 1 year. Again, the requirements that we had discussed. Next slide, please. Really, again, to reemphasize, this allows operators to continue operations while pursuing state and local compliance. It incentivizes the operators to timely complete those outstanding requirements. We've kind of reviewed kind of the contents of the ordinance, what the high priority items are, the land use entitlement, final all required, and that is the key word, required building permits, what they have to finish in order to achieve the cannabis business permit. Next slide. Just as a reminder, the state provisional licenses, they start expiring January 1, 2024. They will not issue them to large licensees. And for all other operators, it's January 1, 2026. Next, I'm sorry, Norma, can you just go back? So this is a non-codified ordinance and it will expire on December 31st, 2025. Next slide, please. This is not an ordinance, is not a project subject to CEQA. Next slide. And so the recommendation today, and we will make that correction, is to introduce, waive reading of, and set June 1st at 10:30 as the date and time to consider adoption of a standalone ordinance to establish the provisional cannabis business permit. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll start over with Supervisor Askew this time. No comments, okay? I'll flip over here. No comments, no comments. Supervisor Alejo.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Good. And I am as well. Let's go out to the public. Anyone wish to make comments on item number 23? We see no one online, no one coming forward in the audience. So we will consider this item closed and we will take a roll call vote.
Move approval.
Thank you. Second. Oh, forgot that part.
Moving too fast.
Okay, so we've got Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Phillips. Now we could have a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. So that we will close item 23 and move to item 24. Let's just roll on.
Okay, thank you, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Today, we are here to provide the Board of Supervisors with an update. These are not recommendations on the state of the commercial cannabis industry regarding county tax rates and ongoing challenges to meet local requirements that are impacted by current wholesale price points. The cannabis industry has experienced challenges since last year related to the decline in wholesale price points and market saturation. To that end, the program has tried to keep the Cannabis Committee and the full board apprised of the changes in our industry marketplace. Our responsiveness is demonstrated in the number of board reports and presentations made to the Cannabis Committee, the Budget Committee, and the full board in this current fiscal year. And on your screen, it kind of gives you an outline of the number of times that we've been to the committees or to the full board regarding cannabis tax rates. Next slide, please. So the industry, as you have heard through the various reports, they have continuous ongoing struggles. The pricing has slightly trended upwards, but then it drops. The program watches that very closely using the California Cannabis Authority data. The industry is required to submit data monthly that reports on gross receipts. We do not have full compliance yet. We are working with them, but we have approximately 18 operators that do not comply. The price point decline began in July of 2021, dropping as much as 68% for mixed light and 50% for indoor. Operators continue to report difficulty in selling their inventory, and this again is evidenced through our analysis with CCA data. There are many articles that continue to surface and to be published that talk about what is happening with the cannabis industry, not only in the state of California, but nationwide. There are several compounding factors, one of them being the state cultivation and excise tax. And I'm sure you have read and you're aware of the governor's office, quote unquote, May revision, which could set the state cultivation rate to zero beginning in July 1 of 2022. However, because of that shortfall, it will increase the excise tax, which does impact our retailers. There's a rising cost of materials due to shortages and delays. Cultivators are offering volume incentives, meaning that they're doing things like buy so many, get so much free. Retail, or not free, but at a reduced cost. Retailers are required to pay the state excise tax when goods are received, not at point of sale. And that is really critical. So our dispensaries have to pay that state excise tax when they take in the product. There is no, they don't know when they're going to sell it at that point, and they don't know if they will sell it or how much they'll have to discount it. Remember that the May revision is going to shift collection and remittance of the excise tax to retail operators. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Norma, can you just go back? I did want to make one comment. Another contributing factor to the oversaturation is in March of 2020, the state had approved 5,100 cultivation licenses, which equates to approximately 52.3 million square feet of commercial cannabis. That was in 2020. In May of 2022, the state approved an additional 3,700 cultivation licenses, which brings the current total to 90.5 million square feet. And I'm sure many of you are aware of a company with the name of Glass House in Ventura County. They opened their doors. They are cultivating 6 million square feet, which is more than Monterey County. And that does impact, it impacts everybody. So for the state, this represents an approximately a 70% increase in the amount of licensed cultivation. And there is no cap on that. So they're still accepting cultivation licenses at the state. Next slide, please. So the program we monitor many activities that are going on with their industry. 24 businesses have shut down since 2019. We had a delinquency rate of 14% in Q1 of fiscal year 21, this current fiscal year. It has risen to 54%, but that is also because the board generously approved the stay. And so they are holding on to their cash, and we are hoping that those payments will be made on July 31st to bring their accounts current. Monterey County Code 7.100.160 empowers the treasurer tax collector to take enforcement actions to resolve delinquency. So businesses that may have shut down, they didn't necessarily pay the taxes due. And so the number on your screen is the amount of unpaid cannabis tax revenue from delinquent accounts. This is not delinquent to the 54%. These are businesses that have shut down. Next slide, please. So what are other counties doing? So Humboldt County was bold and they dropped their rates to what you see on your screen, 45 cents, 30 cents, 15 cents for outdoor. Santa Barbara County last year, their board directed their staff to revisit their tax ballot measure, and they are considering moving away from gross receipts because gross receipts is very difficult to collect because you have to have that audit factor. Lake County deferred their second installment and reduced cultivation rates by 50%, bringing their rates down to what you see on the screen. Next slide, please. The 6, what we consider to be considerations, these are not recommendations. We wanted to bring this report to the board because we did not go to the budget committee. The cannabis committee asked us to inform the full board of the current industry of what's going on. And so these have not been fully vetted. Some of them are not practical solutions in the sense that, for example, number 1, extending the fiscal year 22 payments through to December 2022. I have heard from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and that is not feasible. That is not, there would create a lot of internal challenges in order to do that. But it was said input from the industry. Number 2 is to reduce the mixed light to $2 and $3. Number 3, it's to reduce the cultivation rates to maintain the cost recovery for the program. And the projected program cost for fiscal year 23 is approximately $6.5 million. Number 4 is to reduce all rates to 0 until the wholesale price point reaches an agreed amount. So the bottom section for number 4, if the board were to do that, a quick analysis concluded that that would be a loss to the county of about close to $12 million of what they projected that they would receive. Number 5 is to forgive the taxes for Q3 and 4 of this current year. But that option does have challenges in the sense that the county would have to refund some money. And number 6, it would be to just retain the Monterey County Code 7.100 as is. So the industry is seeking immediate relief because of everything that we have brought forward, the hardships that they are facing. I just want to say, because the program does track the revenue and we track cannabis assignment allocations. Since 2016, the county has collected $76.9 million from this new industry. And the board has allocated close to $48.4 million through cannabis assignment. And so I know these are very difficult decisions. At one time, we did mention or suggest to the Cannabis Committee that perhaps an analysis needs to be done from someone outside of the county to really identify the appropriate tax rate for at least a year. And that's not included in the report. It's something that I just conferred with the ACO, and he suggested that I might just bring that up. It's just a comment. But again, these are not recommendations. They are options to consider. And what we're looking from the board today is a recommendation for the program to work with the budget office on practical and reasonable options for a reduced tax rate for fiscal year 23. Remembering that, as I speak with Bob Roach almost daily too, we're kind of all colliding together on this. The state is refining and improving their budget at the same time. The county's doing the same. We don't know what the wholesale price point is going to be next month or in the next 3 months. No one has the crystal ball on that. So I know this is a very difficult decision. And I know that any of the decisions that you will make in the future could have an impact on this current fiscal year as well as years in the future. And so that concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go first? Who has questions? I'll start. Supervisor Root, ask you.
Yeah, okay, let's see here. So I think these are sobering figures on when we look at the spreadsheet of changes that are being sort of tossed around and discussed. And I do think that there is a need for sort of the budgetary considerations. If we're talking about pulling, for instance, item 5 is $6.2 million out of the current year budget. We've already allocated and spent those dollars. So we would have to, I think, make some very, very difficult decisions. There is no money left. We've spent it. So, and we're counting on spending these dollars moving forward. So I would support that the budget committee and the budget staff could take a closer look at where and how there may be revenue available if the board's direction is to make some changes to the tax rate. But the $48.4 million that's been allocated out into the community and to serve our community's needs, I think is significant. And at this point, we all have an interest in ensuring the sustainability of this industry into the future. I know that that's where I sit. And as much as it would be great to say, hey, we got it started and we're off and running, I think that there is some additional finessing that's going to have to happen so that we can ensure that Monterey County comes out of the other side of whatever's, the volatility that's playing out. I think we know that it will settle at some point. And I would like to see us play a role in ensuring that we have industry here working with us in the long run. How we do that, though, I think is something that we're going to have to make some really difficult decisions and look more closely at. So I'm not prepared to give any direction or point us in any direction in terms of the options that are provided here today. But do appreciate that the Cannabis Committee took this seriously and punted it direct to the board so that we could have this conversation and listen again to our stakeholders.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew. And now go to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. My first question for Joanne would be if she has some more updated numbers. I mean, we considered this back in October, November. We made a decision to lower the taxation level in December, and we ratified that on March 31st. But when we at first looked at the drop in the industry in terms of prices, the only numbers available at that time were numbers from October, and then in December we got some numbers from November. But even in the current staff report to the board, it gives the outdated numbers too. It said the price for indoor was $1,800 per pound in April, and then that dropped to $790 in December. And then for mixed light, it was $1,200 in June, and it dropped to $400 in October. But here we are in May, so I would assume, during the spring, there's always the winter. It's always a kind of a downturn in the industry, just traditionally. But there's always an uptick in the spring. Do we have just the latest numbers from the data the program receives in terms of where is the price per pound in March or April?
Yes.
Go ahead, Joanne.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, we're sharing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
So you can see going back from 2021 and then 22 where we're at. So I think you said you had the numbers from December of 2020. October.
It was the numbers that are in the staff report. But I see the 2022 numbers now on the screen.
Okay, right. So that was as of March, and you just have to just keep in mind that with CCA, the data we get for the monthly is always about 1 month kind of behind because they're submitting their reports, et cetera. So that's the current that we have.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I know we're taking up our county budget next month. Well, in a couple of weeks, actually, when we June 1st and 2nd, and the state is taking up their budget on June 15th, by June 15th. And I know, and I agree with Supervisor Askew that it's certainly the budget committee should look at, perhaps other adjustments to be made on the taxation rate. We said that in both December and March that we were lowering it at that time to where we thought it was the right amount, but that we would consider adjusting it further if it needs to be. But I know that in one of your recommendations in terms of what might be the right taxation level, I think option number 3 says that just in order to pay the program costs that are estimated at about $6.5 million a year, that would require at the minimum a taxation level of $2.55 for indoor, $1.70 for mixed light, and then 85 cents on outdoor, which I don't believe we have too much or any outdoor in under permitting currently. But that would just be to pay for program costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when people say drop it to zero, then a zero would mean not collecting the 6.5 million, and then we would have to be subsidizing the program from other county coffers, right?
Correct, unless you used the cannabis assignment balance.
Right, exactly. And we know how that goes on any expenditure coming out of that account. Okay, but I do want to convey, I am concerned, and as the industry continues to struggle, and there continues to be the problem of overproduction statewide in California, and also the related problem of illegal cannabis grow, people who are not following the rules and paying their taxes, so on and so forth. And I do recognize those businesses that have not been able to stay open. So there was 24 businesses that closed. Did any of those, were they purchased by other investors? So as some closed, did any of those reopen under new buyers or investors?
No, and we have to remember that number is it seems really large. Some of them, for example, may have had 2 business entities on one property because they thought that's how they wanted to run their operations, and they shut down one, but they kept the other one open. So we have situations like that, but you do have situations that they did completely shut their operations down, and it was not purchased. The program right now, for the last, I want to say 6 to 9 months, we are receiving constant changes in ownership or new investors. And so just keeping on top of that to make sure that if they change ownership, they also need to change that record with the state, and the state has to approve it. So we do need to follow up with the state to make sure that they have done their obligation to notify the state.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're not making a decision today. We have to be very thoughtful on this moving forward. And I look forward to looking at this at the budget committee. I'm sure the cannabis committee is going to do the same. But for this to come back sometime very soon. But we do know that the state is likely to drop that $161 on average charge for the cultivation tax, which would be significant on the price per pound. But do you know what, if it is shifted to the excise tax at retail, what does that mean locally for the industry in terms of that excise tax at the dispensaries?
Supervisor Alejo, we would have to do analysis, and that's what we will bring to the budget committee. We'll look at both the kind of the retail and the cultivation side.
Yeah, because the last time we made adjustments to our taxation rate, we were bearing the brunt of the reduction when the state hadn't done their fair share as well, and we did advocate for that reduction in the cultivation tax. And it looks like finally the state listened to where the industry needs are, and hopefully when we make an adjustment, we're also taking that into account, and we should have an idea of what the state does in its final budgetary actions by less than 30 days from now. So I look forward to this coming back, and I would support us doing that evaluation and bring us back sometime next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez or Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, and I know, like Supervisor Leo said, we reduced it some already, but these figures show that, maybe there's more, but I agree with my colleagues. So we have to look at this some more, but I'm certainly not interested in reducing it to the point where we're losing money and subsidizing it through general fund or something else. But I'd also be interested to hear what the industry has to say too. So,
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, at this point for me, it's really, looking at it as most of our departments have historically operated as cost recovery departments. At minimum, I think we have to take that analysis and figure out what that number is. I'm happy to kick it to budget committee and then see it come back. I don't think it needs to go back to cannabis committee. I think we understand what the issue is, but that budget implication is one that does need to be analyzed by our in-house experts so that it can come back for a final decision. And I agree that there's a lot of shift happening at the state after a lot of advocacy work by local industry, who's been a leader in Sacramento, not just here. I do think that on that end, we've been a good partner in helping to make solutions, but the challenges that we're facing are, I don't think, temporary. I mean, I want to be honest about my perspective. Farmers are gamblers, right? And they make bets. And when people see money being made in an industry, they rush in. We've seen that happen in strawberries, almonds, citrus over the years in California. It's not unique to this product. And I think the challenge that we have is that international or cross trade between states isn't legal right now. It's happening, not legally, but once that opens up and banking's allowed, I think that will be sort of a second wind in the sails. And then after a while, we're going to see more people rush in and we're going to have another crash. And so I'm just giving kind of this realistic perspective of what's going to happen over the next 10 years, in my opinion. And then international markets will open up. And again, we'll see that rush one more time. The products created in California have a lot higher THC levels as what's being sold in Canada, and that impacts desire and drive. And we are seeing the future of what their market may look like someday. But that opportunity will come when those opportunities to actually enter those markets with our products becomes available. To me, as I've said repeatedly off this dais, the most important thing is the jobs. We've invested in rehabbing those greenhouses with industry. We've invested time, treasure to make sure that people have good work year round. And so to me, that is the bottom line. Is budget committee looks at this, I hope they'll weigh that as part of that consideration. But yes, we want to be a partner. We want to find a way forward. And at minimum, I think we have to look at it as a cost recovery. And hopefully in the near future, that turns around, and balancing all those different interests is important. So that's sort of my off the cuff. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a curiosity question and then some other questions. My curiosity is, has there ever been a raise as we're looking at from the state getting rid of the cultivation tax and passing it on to the retailers who then pass it on to the consumers? Has there ever been any kind of surveying done or any industry comments on what the consumer will pay? I mean, I'm thinking about gas, right? We're all paying now $6 a gallon, but we're still putting gas in our cars because we have to get around. Is it the same sort of thing, at a retail place? I don't know if your look tells me that's not anything that we've really talked about.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about about your question, and I don't know. We would have to look into that. I know that the retailers, I've heard from many of the dispensaries, because they are very concerned about the increase into the excise tax.
I'm sure that they are concerned.
So, but we can look into that.
I was just wondering if we've done that, if that has happened before, since we started in 2016, essentially. It doesn't sound like
I don't think
that has happened. Okay. And then I feel like we're kind of in a conundrum because in addition to all of the wonderful things that are going on, we still have to acknowledge the existence of a black market. And I keep thinking that if we were able to go for, which one is it? The reducing all the rates to zero until the wholesale price reaches an agreed upon amount. As we're looking into all of the changes that we're trying to do and speeding things up, if there were zero tax, I have a feeling we would have a lot of people come out of the dark side into the light. I don't think the cartels are ever going to change. They don't care about taxes or anything else. That's going to be a different aspect of what we need to deal with. But I must say that I feel like it is a conundrum, because if we did zero taxes, I bet we would have a flood of people coming in to become legal. So I think about that. I'm also very conscious, though, that we do need to cover the costs. There's no doubt about that. Although, quite frankly, I don't think it's very funny that we should not be able to cover it with cannabis income. Seems like it's a logical way of dealing with things if we were to really look at this. Looking at, I just want us to look at every element that we can to try to make it easier for people to get on their feet. And I think we've heard from enough people to understand exactly where we can go with this, that we do need to cover the costs of the program. But I also want to understand better which augmentation requests for one-time expenditures may not be able to be funded if we reduce the rates further. And I've always been an advocate not to have any ongoing expenses other than the cost of the program coming out of the cannabis account. I just don't think that makes any sense. And we're going to have to deal with that sooner or later. And I think we're going to have to deal with it sooner. So let me take it out to the public and see if there are anyone who wishes to come forward. First, yes, we have Mr. Roach. Is there anyone online?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Well, it's sure good news that the governor wants to eliminate the cultivation tax and possibly reduce the excise tax. The way I understood his proposal, it could reduce the effective rate of the excise tax from 15% to from 27% to 15% by eliminating the retail markup. But that's all in hands of the legislature now. We'll have to see where that goes. These bills are being set from hearings. They seem to be moving with increasing velocity. But that cultivation tax took over $110 million out of our growers' pockets last year in 2021. And there is a report, such as you mentioned, the California Cannabis Industry Association produced a report, and the Department of Cannabis Control and the governor have been endorsing that report. And it was a study, like I think along the lines you're saying, it said that it was an impact of taxes on participation in the legal market. And it said that the illicit market has captured the majority of the state's market share, primarily by competing on price, because we beat them on everything else. If we can drive down the price, the legal market can capture more market share and ultimately resulting in more tax revenue. The report said the more you lower the tax, the bigger effect. And the governor wants to go all the way to zero for the biggest effect. That's the only way to overcome the illicit market. Law enforcement can never do it. The Siskiyou County Sheriff is asking the governor to declare a state of emergency. It's so bad in Siskiyou County. They don't even hide it anymore. Well, you've seen that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's how this is all coming together. You know, we need to continue this discussion on taxes because things are so volatile here in the market and the capital. You know, we're going to push to move as many of our applicants as possible through the process so they get their local land use entitlements. And that all takes money. The more money available for regulatory compliance and making these improvements means the more operators are going to get through. And once they get through and that land use entitlement is in place, that's an assured source of revenue for the county now and in the future. We also need to think about competitiveness against other growing areas. So the tax burden is still an issue. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Interesting how this all ties together. All these agenda items kind of all bleed together. Investment dollars have run dry and the good old days are behind us all. Cannabis is getting close to bringing in 100 million in tax revenue, which has served a great purpose at the height of the pandemic. However, it is time that we reset. I personally been beating the tax drum since 2016. I feel that we've banked on funding from an unrealistic tax in the beginning of all this, and it's time for us to adjust. Businesses are shutting down, as she reported. As Joanne reported, we've already are looking to lose close to $2 million from these businesses shutting down. Jobs are being lost. It'd be interesting to see a report on maybe what jobs were at the height of this versus today. And the stakeholders that remain in operation are truly fighting to survive. The industry landscape has changed and will continue to change as we peel this onion that is the legal industry. The truth is tax rates have been historically high, and we are simply in need of a proper reset to adjust to the reality of a legal market. I had comments on Humboldt and Lake. However, Joanne covered that very well, so I'll skip that. Aside from reconsidering our tax rates, we should start a conversation of tax forgiveness as well. And speaking to many operators, they are telling me the looming July 31st date is terrifying because they do not expect to have enough money to cover those bills. While the county's continuous work to make adjustments is greatly appreciated, we still have not done enough. This is not a bunch of rich cannabis farmers trying to increase profit margins. These are Monterey County businesses trying to stay alive. Please consider lowering the tax rate at levels consistent with other large counties and begin to consider tax forgiveness. In other words, supporting number 5, because otherwise these shutdowns will continue to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
Hi there. My name is Christina DePacey. I'm CEO of Monterey Tilth. I have 210,000 square feet of cultivation space. I have been operating in Monterey County since 2016. I first gained profitability in 2020. I lost profitability August 2021. The cost of compliance, I have sprinklers, I have bathrooms, I have these things. I'm more ahead of everyone because I've been paying out the wazoo. And now there's just no more money. There's the interest rates of loans that are available to the cannabis companies are 30% APR. The investors are not there. There's no more money to come through. I've pivoted from wholesale. I have 2 growing brands in California's retail market. And I am one of the unicorns in the industry who's actually doing good and has a pathway out of this. The wholesale prices are not going to increase. It's a drastic time. I have no idea how to pay July's payment. None. I have licensing. I have, I think, 6 licenses that are due August 3rd. So if I don't pay July's payment, I don't have local approval to continue on with my license renewals. I have $350,000 in license renewals due in between July 15th and August 3rd. In the past, cultivation for me right now, cultivation tax is $150,000 a month. There's so much taxes. I'm just moving money around to stay alive. I've renegotiated rent twice. I didn't even pay rent March or April. Like the situation is beyond dire. So please, please, please take it seriously if you want people to survive and let alone thrive in this industry. We are like at our wits' end. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. I do have a few comments on some of the suggestions here for some help to the industry. Joanne did indicate that extending the due date to December 31st was not going to work, and that is correct. The information you were provided is incorrect. According to generally accepted accounting principles, you have to receive the revenue 60 days after the end of the fiscal year to be able to book it for that fiscal year. So moving it out to December would have an immediate impact on this fiscal year's revenue that you have stalled till the July 31st due date. So I thought you needed to know that when you were deliberating on the decisions. There are some other functional aspects of moving the due date out until December 31st. As you know, we're in a winter recess during that period. My office is closed, and in December, we're processing property tax payments. So that date's not workable for my office for those reasons. And there's a couple of other reasons, but I don't think I really need to go into that now since it's going to go to the Budget Committee. I do just want to remind you that this is an annual tax payable in quarterly installments, and every time an adjustment is made, whether it be a waiver or a change of the tax rate, we have to manually go into every single tax account, of which there are over 200, and go into each quarter, of which there are 4, and manually make adjustments. So what this does with the constant changing in the waivers, it's really eliminated all the automation I have in the tax payment process. So as Joanne indicated, I would be a strong advocate of finding a rate, setting it at the beginning of the fiscal year and being done with it and let it ride, because administratively the burden is huge for my department, and it keeps us from doing some other things that we could be doing. So I just wanted to give you that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeeb. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to make a comment today? Okay, then we will go to online. We have 5 people ready to speak.
Janet Louie.
Janet Louie.
Hi, this
Hi.
is Janet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm with Old Stage Partners, and I am one of the licensed operators who has to close our cannabis business in Monterey County, and it's due to economic factors. Not only does that mean a loss of revenue for the county, but even more devastating is that I have had to announce to our 40+ employees that we will cease business and they will lose their jobs. It also means less business for all the ancillary businesses that serve the cannabis industry. Low cannabis prices, high taxation, unrealistic regulatory hurdles have crippled the cannabis industry to the point that it's just hanging on by a thread. I want to express solidarity with the growers who will continue to grow cannabis in Monterey County. For all who are struggling to keep their doors open and the rest of the growing cannabis community, I'm asking for a freeze on the canopy taxes for just 2022, starting in January Q3, as we do not have the money to pay them. We need your support in freezing taxes immediately in hopes of saving the operators who are still open for business. We need to think long-term, and Monterey County cannabis operators must be able to survive the present downturn in the market. I ask that we be treated as the rest of the Salinas Valley agricultural community, which is not taxed, and that must include cannabis as another top crop, so that we can achieve the goal of Monterey County to provide cannabis-related jobs, both in business and ancillary businesses. The cannabis industry can have a profound positive influence on the economic opportunities for all Monterey County citizens without taxation. Cannabis is an agricultural commodity with the same challenges as any other ag commodity. It should be treated with the same support and regulatory perspective as the rest of ag. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Louie.
Michelle Hackett.
Michelle.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So I've been an active member of Joanne's Cannabis Tax Committee, and 6 to 8 months ago, when we first saw this dramatic drop in price per pound, is when we proposed the idea of dividing the cost of the program by the square footage of us licensed cultivators. At this point, that is not even an option, and I cannot stress that enough. A freeze for the next 12 to 24 months is necessary so that we do not lose 100% of the growers that are currently operating in Monterey County. I know of 9 family farms, including my dear friend Janet, who just spoke. And that number continues to be on the rise. We are in April. We've just closed up April, and myself and a number of other operators are operating at a negative monthly. Side of wages to our employees, the highest 2 costs monthly are our county and state taxes. Even if both are eliminated, there will still not be a change in the market due to the mass overproduction of cannabis being cultivated in the state of California. At this point, I know that this will level out in the long term, and it will be seen as a commodity as it already is part of the ag report regularly. However, we do have to understand that most lettuce growers operate on margins that are cents. That is how they have operated in the Salinas Valley for years, and we are going to be no different. Taking in 76 million since 2016 is no joke. We had no say in how those funds were spent. So at this point, it is not the responsibility of the cultivators to keep getting money pulled out of our pockets, because at this point, there will be no Monterey County cannabis industry. We have to look at a long-term goal, and there may be an appropriate time, 3 to 6 years down the road, to look at tax. But I really do think the severity has gone to a point where there will be no industry if we don't make immediate action.
Thank you, Michelle.
Phone number ending in 961.
Hello, Chair Adams and Supervisors. Oliver Bates here, Big Sur Farmers Association again. We'd like to just bring up a couple factors. Saying yes to taxation and regulation is really how we lost the support of the agriculture community. I was working there in the beginning of this, and it was a huge mistake. But I'd also like to think that the pay-to-play policy in the taxation and regulation was actually a new form of prohibition on small businesses. And really what I want to bring up is there's been a constant focus at taxing it at cultivation or taxing it at the retailer. Both or either are really designed to only benefit vertically integrated companies. And this is becoming very apparent as we battle over these Senate bills and Assembly bills. But I think there should be a strong focus on what your needs are here. And moving forward, all of our nurseries are in full production and expanding. So that lets us know that next year there won't be less plants, there'll be more plants. And as it's unfolding, really the vertical integrated folks and big funds that can afford to wait it out have been waiting for this moment here. So corporate consolidation is the name of the game. And of course, those who pay, play. And the major benefactors, I'd like to also say with the state tax, are labor unions, public health, and environmental groups. They're actually nothing to do with infrastructure, nothing to do with agriculture, nothing to do with anything we do. So the few people that were able to make money were venture capital and law enforcement. It's really time for all of that to stop. And taxation and regulation is what deterred all the good folks from coming out. The big companies didn't produce a quality enough product, and the customers marked right out the door towards a better product.
Thank you, Oliver. Our next speaker,
Aaron Johnson.
And press *6 to unmute yourself, Aaron, and you're ready to roll.
Thank you, Chair Adams. Aaron Johnson with JRG. I think everybody in this process has lost. There hasn't been consolidation to the extent that I believe would have happened if this was a really profitable industry. And that's not what we're seeking. We have a lot of family farms that I represent that are in the business and that are employing a lot of people. My comment really is to focus on the timing of this and to focus, to use the word focus on the focus groups. I thought that was a really good way of understanding and getting dialogue going between the operators and the county staff on these issues. So in that regard, I don't agree with Joanne's suggestion initially about going to a third party to assess whether where we should go with the tax. And so I would just ask that we not engage that process, because the timing of it is just, it doesn't work. And so I think we have the people willing and at the table to discuss this and have a logical discussion about how do we keep jobs, how do we keep the square footage up and maintain the cost of the program all at the same time. My clients do expect that they will pay for the program. They don't expect that the county will subsidize their operations in order to succeed and move forward. So that's it for me. Speed is necessary. Please move forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Eloise Shim.
Eloise.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shem, and I just have to say that, cannabis is a product that it's not like baby formula. You don't have to have it. And so there's no reason to keep lowering the tax rate when the growers and the operators have to take responsibility. They signed up to go into a business, and now they can't expect the taxpayers to in fact subsidize cannabis when it's not something that is needed by people. So I'm not in favor of all of this freezing and they don't pay any tax, and the taxpayer now subsidizes the cannabis industry. That's where it's headed. That's what they want. And I'm just, like I said, cannabis isn't like baby formula. People don't have to have it. If your business goes bust, it's, you took a chance. You went into a business. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shim. Your perspective has been heard.
A phone number ending in 103.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Adams. This is Chris Boggs with Wave Rider Nursery. I just wanted to kind of chime in here a bit and just kind of echo what everyone has already said. The times are dire for sure. We see no indication of prices coming up in anything, and we're just having a harder time collecting on certain stuff. And I wanted to hit on something that Oliver actually kind of hit on, and just the tax structure. And I think a lot is being pinned on the fact that the state is going to be dropping their cultivation tax. And it remains to be seen actually how much that's going to benefit the cultivator. If you're just a cultivator, you're likely not paying that cultivation tax direct because of how the system is set up. That cultivation tax is not paid until it's compliance tested and it goes into a jar or a package. And that's usually not the cultivator. It's the distributor or the end retailer or micro business that does that. And it's going to be very interesting to see if any of that benefit actually trickles all the way down the chain to the cultivators. Because right now that tax is the liability transfers when we sell it to the next person and then to the next person until it's on the shelf. And so it's just a complex system and it's hard to even explain, but I don't know if we're going to see a full $160 extra per pound once that tax goes away. I would, especially if you're just in the bulk market. If you're in the retail side, yeah, you're going to see some benefit, hopefully, but it remains to be seen on the cultivation side. And yeah, any help you guys can give us would be greatly appreciated. Times are very, very tough right now. And I think there's people going broke right now that still don't know it yet. And there's going to be more and more dropping left and right. So whatever you guys can do would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Hi, I just got unmuted. Thank you for listening. Listen to every word of this session. I've spoke a few times about the cannabis business owners and their complaints about taxes and code enforcement. They always ask for less taxes. You said it back last year. You guys, again, they say they grow too much. Then they also threaten to leave. That's real nice. Guess what? There's dozens of people waiting for permits, waiting for you to leave. I know some are small. That's great. Those ones are cool. But these big ones they don't look like they're hurting. I mean, Michelle Hackett doesn't look like she's broke. Cypress Manufacturing just donated $4,900 to a campaign. I mean, where's this brokenness I see? You know, like, I know they have workers, but I mean, when it boils down to it, you can't go down to zero. You can't even, you know, like, and this explanation from Miss Hackett, it sounded like they were broke. Maybe they are, but we don't know. I know that didn't make sense, and you hear better from me. But anyways, I just don't see why the county should. It's their responsibility for their bad business. If you go into a business, you take a risk. And this has been babying for 3 years. Come on, this is nuts. Anyways, you all know me, and I'll get off now. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. And we have no more speakers on the line. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak? Okay, thank you so much. So we will go back. Do you have any comments you'd like to make, Ms. Iwamoto?
I just have two comments. So I just want to remind the board that we do monitor the price points frequently. So Miles, if you can just pull that up. So I'm just going to focus in on mixed light, and this is what we need to consider. So if the current price point in March was $4.36 and the average cost to produce a pound is $500, so they're already in the negative. So I think that should be considered, and we will include that in our report to the Budget Committee, which brings me to the second question I have. So the next Budget Committee is on May 25th, and in order to get an item on that agenda, we would have to submit the report tomorrow. And I just don't think that that's practical for anybody, including we need to confer with the Budget Office and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And the next meeting is set for June 29th. So just thinking about timelines, if we go to the Budget Committee on June 29th, we likely would not be back to the board until July. And then if it was determined that we would go back to amend 7.100, we'd have to bring the report back to the board, or if we had to go somewhere else first, another committee. So we would not be able to get this done likely until maybe
September.
Yeah. Can they set a
August.
special meeting?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, we could always set a special meeting. We could set it for that same week of the budget hearing if we need to. I'm open. I can't speak for the supervisor asking, but this is such an important issue that we should do it sooner rather than later.
So thank you, Supervisor Alejo. That's very generous, and I hope Supervisor asked you could agree. But what I want to get back to though is to Joanne. When could you be ready?
Well, so would that be the first week of June?
Yes.
As much as I appreciate that, I just don't know if we can work with the Budget Office and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and the program among the other things that we do need to complete timely. I just don't know if we could get back to you by the first week of June.
Well, so let's take a look at another date then.
Well, if I may.
Yes.
So any changes that are made will have impact both on the current year budget, which will impact any kind of carryover dollars, which will impact next year's budget. And we have our budget hearings scheduled for June 1st and 2nd. So I do think it is fairly critical that all of these pieces of information and considerations be factored in together. It wouldn't make a lot of sense for us to proceed with budget hearings and then later say, oh, we've given direction to spend down all of our contingencies, and then come back to the table and say, oh, there are no resources available. I think that it's important that we factor in all of the requests for funding
Okay.
or for resource needs, revenue and resource needs in one conversation so that we
Okay.
are comparing. We're saying, you know, we have 10 social worker, child protective services, social worker positions that are needed. And also we have a request for X and a request for Y. How do we consider all of those within a context together? Because really that's the responsibility that we have in a budget hearing annually. So if there is a way that we could have, I mean, I was looking at Tuesday, the 31st, if that would be a possibility for a budget special committee meeting, which would be the day before our budget hearings begin, so that at least we could get an update about what, Charles, feel free to weigh in, or we could, you know, go through budget hearings and then know what kind of resources we may or may not have afterwards, and then engage in a budget discussion before we adopt the final budget. But I do think that these pieces are all connected.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to add on to that, we all know that on those hearings that we usually take place and that we're having this year on June 1st and 2nd, we adopt the final budget on that last Tuesday of June, but most of the decisions are made on that 1st and 2nd June dates. And many times the requests that we get from the community come from cannabis, some of the services are funded from the cannabis assignment account. And so that's going to be key for us to, and when we make these decisions on the 1st and 2nd, whether there's going to be any money there additionally that we could expect, or are we just going to collect just to pay the program cost for 2022 and 23? And the last part is, what do we do on the taxes that are owed for this current fiscal year? Because that would certainly have a budget implication for this year and next year. So if we don't have that information to factor into our decisions on June 1st and 2nd, I think it's going to be difficult to reach an accurate budget with such a glaring question still out there for us on all those topics.
So Supervisor Alejo, do you have a suggestion?
Madam Chair, if I could, what I'm hearing is this has to happen before we go into budget hearing.
Right.
But it's got to be prioritized. And so I think direction from Dias today has to be not just to Joanne, but to the treasurer tax collector as well as the budget office, that this is all hands on deck because it will impact everything next year. And so my question to Charles is, if we gave that direction today, or do you think that that's feasible in terms of timeline and process, understanding that we're okay with perhaps waiving certain deadlines for that particular committee in terms of it's got to be in how many days in advance so that the conversation can happen ahead of the budget hearing?
So I'm clear on what we're to deliver on May 31st for a proposed special budget committee meeting. So it will be the recommendations for the commercial cannabis tax rates that could be effective as of July 1, or it could include anything related to fiscal year 22. But we do not need to come forward with the analysis on any type of resources which could impact the cost recovery for the program. Because let's just, for example, I'll just use my position. So let's say the program recommended that you delete my position. So that would definitely be a factor to consider in your budget hearings, that you no longer have to pay for the program manager 2 position. So should we also include that in the report about the staff's recommendations to look at the current allocations?
Are you talking about trying to right size your staff for 22 and 2023 fiscal year, Joanne?
Correct. No, don't do that.
I wouldn't do that.
Don't
I
do
think start from baseline, which is what you have,
Okay,
because that's what we need to operate.
So we'll assume that we're going to be able to keep what is projected for fiscal year 23 for the cannabis program. And that includes the 25.3 positions that actually work on cannabis. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wonder if we're really just, I don't want to sacrifice correct for fast. And I'm wondering, are there any other dates that we could push back? Do we have to have the budget hearings on June 1 and 2, or could we have them on June 15 and 16?
Wow.
I think you can, you can move those dates. It obviously impacts the final approval date. Mr. Woods is on the panel here if we want to hear more information from him. I guess the other is, in Joanne's report, she indicates if you pick one of those options, what the financial impact is. And so if you want to pick one of those, or if you have some other direction, then it's trying to analyze what that impact is. Otherwise, you have the number there, and then it's plugging in that impact into the either to address the current fiscal year that we're in, or plugging it in for the next fiscal year when we have our budget hearings. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would just going to add, I mean, we are talking about 2 weeks from now. It doesn't seem that it's impossible to have a special meeting on this narrow question for the budget so that we can have it before the June 1st and 2nd deliberations. But I think it's a little bit more complicated in terms of the information we need. Like, we don't have further analysis on what the implications are if we were to forgive data, or if we do, forgive the taxes owed for this current fiscal year versus collecting it, and what further possibilities are there for us to consider to bring to the full board. We just haven't totally fleshed those out yet, and that's one of the purposes of the budget committee, I would assume. And but we're talking about 2 weeks from today having that hearing. I think it could be possible because a lot of work and has already been done on this. We're just trying to refine and have some further analysis before we deliberate on June 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I agree with you, Supervisor Leo, and I think that I suspect the information as far as what it would mean as far as the budget or the impact on either the current budget or future budget, if you either delayed or did a forgiveness. I think Joanne probably has that information, or the tax collector should. So we could probably get that. Joanne's looking at me puzzled though. But I would ask if you could indulge if Mr. Woods has any suggestions how we can move this forward.
Thanks. This is Dwayne Woods with the County Administrative Office. So if I could line out the kind of the three questions. One is the delayed payments, and if I was correct, I think I read and heard is about $6.2 million. And that'd be $6.2 million for the current fiscal year, which ends June 30th. And as the Treasurer Tax Collector said earlier, those would need to be received by 60 to 90 days by the end of June, after the end of June. If we forget, or if the county board decided to forgive those, that'd be a $6.2 million impact. Now, if the board did that, the most easiest or the most viable option is to use money they have in the cannabis assignment to backfill that loss of revenue. That would be the first question about forgiving those revenues that are pending right now. And the only source that we have of a large enough amount that we would even recommend would be to go to the cannabis assignment of 6.2 and just hold those in reserve to backfill that loss. On the question of reducing the taxes, depending on how the board wants to structure a tax rate, the tax rate structure could be complex. The budgetary impact would have to come after we know what the taxes are. So as an example, one of the options were to pay for only the cannabis program cost of $6.5 million. And I can tell you right now in the recommended budget, that's what's budgeted next year, 6.5 only on an ongoing basis. So if you did that, then there would be no ongoing budgetary impact, but you would have an impact because your one-time funds in your assignment would no longer be there and pretty much depleted going forward. But we could get that to a special budget committee meeting to discuss in greater detail. But if you wanted a real tax rate analysis, that becomes complex. But the budgetary aspects of how we would maneuver around a change, that can be talked in a very short order is what I would say.
But Mr. Woods, on your first point on the what is owed for this current fiscal year, I think it's more complicated than that, because I believe the report is 6.2 that is unpaid so far, but it has implications for those taxes that have been paid. If we were to forgive, would that then require the Mary Zeeb to return the taxes that have been paid by those who did comply and have paid their taxes? So that makes that analysis more difficult. And I think Ms. Zeeb or Joanne mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, the process by which you'd have to refund taxes paid up to the 6.2, the process is complex. The dollars aren't. I mean, the dollars, the refund is a refund, whether you do an actual refund or you give a credit going forward, however you want to do it, that becomes complex. But the actual how you maneuver around balancing of what your loss of revenue is, that's what I'm talking about.
So I think May 31st works for a special budget committee meeting. And Dwayne, are you clear what information needs to come to the special budget committee meeting so that we can make some, at least map out some information to bring to the board the following day, so that as we're making decisions about the 22-23 budget, we can factor this discussion into those decisions?
So what I'm not clear about is whether the real issue is the reductions of the taxes going forward, or the forgiven for not charging, or we're talking both.
We're talking both.
Okay. So how you would balance it, we could take to the budget committee, but as Supervisor Alejo said, the complexity is if you do forgive, the complexity in the administration of refunds is a complex issue. That couldn't be by the 31st. The concept of how we would get to balance, I can bring that to you, but I can't bring to you about the complexity of how that would unfold for the refunds.
And then you could do it as a credit rather than a refund?
We would have to work through the treasurer tax collector and see what's at our disposal, and then bring back through a process to the committees or to the board about what the most advantageous way is. But that would only be in connection with the treasurer tax collector and how the process happened. That would take a while, as Supervisor Alejo says. That's a complex process, but we could be settled on the refunding mechanism, the sourcing of the funds by the 31st.
Okay, so I think let's move forward and suggest that we have a special budget meeting on the 31st of May to further discuss the 6 recommendations with a focus on understanding the financial implications that the board would need to factor into any decisions made in the 22-23 budget hearings that commence on June 1st. Is that clear to everybody?
That is. I just want to be sure that that is going to be doable by the program department.
It will be, but we do need the support from and the responsiveness from all the departments involved.
And I think that would be my colleague, the CAO.
We'll certainly make that happen.
Okay, so everybody's nodding, like we've got this solved. I've seen nods over
How do you
there,
take your
nods
coffee?
out in the back there. Derek, okay, nodding. Okay, so that's great. Do we need to have this in the form of a motion? County Council?
If it's formal direction to hold the special meeting, I would take a vote.
Thank you very much. I will look to the maker of the motion. If she would like to do so.
So I'll make that as a motion that we'll hold a special budget committee meeting on, what did I say?
May 31st.
To provide some additional discussion about the options so that we can bring forward some clear information for consideration by the board at the budget hearings.
Well done. And seconded by Alejo. Well done. So any comments final calls for comments. It's your last chance.
But just the timing, as Supervisor Lopez, if we could just get some latitude on that, because that is Memorial Day weekend. So we will have to get that report submitted probably by, I'm assuming you would want it by Friday.
Whatever,
Yeah.
I mean, there are, whatever the Brown
Yeah,
Act
it's easy for
requirements
him
for
to say.
special meetings so that we have the information.
Are we messing up everybody's Memorial
There's
Day
certain notice
plans?
requirements, so it's 72 hours,
Well, so let me just.
not for a special meeting.
Let me just correct. So there's no, the actual report that is not impacted by the Brown Act. It's the agenda that's impacted by the Brown Act.
Oh, okay. So the report we can submit by Friday.
Well, that's up to the committee. I don't care when you.
You could technically bring it to the meeting as long as it's available to the public.
Oh, okay.
You're
All right.
okay.
I just,
It's
we
that
just,
The agenda has to be.
thank you for the clarification. We just need as much time as possible.
I hope that we are not, breaking up some people's weekends for a long holiday.
The alternative to this would be to include this discussion as part of the budget hearings on Wednesday, so that, and I do think that it is something that we all have a vested interest and will have to make decisions based on, and that would be the other option that may be appropriate, since we all have a say in what needs to be. We all need to really understand this.
So we
That
could
may
just
actually be the better option.
do it all on June, or as much as we can. We've got June 1st and 2nd then.
That is possible, since it's ultimately going to come to us already anyways. But I would say it's probably one of those items we should take up at the beginning to know how we're going to make decisions on everything else after that.
That's very good. Good suggestion. Okay, I think
So
that we might be
withdrawing the
saving some
motion.
people's
So I'm
weekends.
withdrawing my motion.
You're putting it back in though for June 1.
Essentially, there's direction to bring the item to the budget committee. It looks like similar to 24C, essentially, right? On your
Direct the Cannabis Committee to present selected options to the Budget
well,
Committee.
not to the budget committee, but to the full board at the budget hearings. Yeah.
Was that a motion?
No.
You understand what you're supposed to do for the budget hearings now.
So we will present the report to the full board, well, to the Budget Committee during
No.
your budget hearings.
Not the budget committee, but you're going to present the whole thing to the full board at the
board
budget
on
hearings.
June 1st.
On June
At the
1st.
start of your meeting, so that will help you decide the rest of the, okay, so
Correct.
thank you. That gives us a day.
Good, good. I'm very happy with that. Great. Okay, so now do we need a motion for that? Okay, we're done. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Joanne. This was a real heroic effort.
It was
to-
a first.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you've got a great team. Everybody's going. This is super. Okay, don't get out of your chairs too quickly. We are now going to go to the County Administrative Officer comments. Item number 25.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, the Board of Supervisors is hosting their annual retreat. This is their leadership retreat. It'll be at Laguna Seca, and I want to thank Mr. Narigi, who is our manager out at Laguna Seca, and Haley, who does the operations out there, for their help in organizing and setting up some of the facilities there. We're looking to be out there this Thursday, May 19th, and we expect to have a good retreat hosted by our chairwoman, Mary Adams.
Thank you very much. Are there any board comments? I'll start with Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I do have a few comments. Let's see here. I didn't mention it this morning, but item 33 on our consent agenda today allowed adult and aging and adult services to continue distributing taxi vouchers to eligible seniors to support transportation. And vouchers are provided on a monthly basis, and qualified seniors need to be residents of Salinas or Marina. So for more information, call 211 and they can get you hooked up to taxi vouchers to make sure you can get to your appointments. On Wednesday night of this week, I'll be, I guess that's tomorrow, I'll be hosting a meeting with a public meeting to discuss the county budget and the budget process. So everyone's welcome to join me at 4 o'clock on Zoom or Facebook Live for a discussion with our county budget team to look at our county budget for the coming year. And I also wanted to announce that the federal government has made additional COVID tests available via the USPS website. So you can order additional COVID tests to be delivered directly to your home by going online to USPS.com. But thank you again, all of our cannabis team, for the work that you did to bring all these reports forward to us today. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, last night we hosted with Dr. Close and Glover about fentanyl and how dangerous it is, and it's the most dangerous opioid that anybody's ever seen. And so they showed us how to use Narcan that I have here, and it's so simple. And so they gave us a lot of these Narcan packs that we have at our office to distribute to any of our residents. And we also have the video available, which it takes only about 2 minutes to learn how to use this. It's so simple. And if you do use it and the person isn't affected by fentanyl, it's completely harmless. She did it to her husband during the meeting. So I encourage all my residents, or even if they're from another district, to come and get a supply of Narcan. It really is, when you hear about what it's doing to some of our young people, it's kind of irresponsible for us not to have it available on it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody at the Salinas Valley Fair for such a great weekend. We were able to get through over 600 animals, local kids, and had raised throughout the last couple of years, and we auctioned them off. There were some incredible moments. I got to help the youngest bidder ever win. He was, I think, 11 months. So that was pretty cool to see him. He kept waving, and we got it done. We got him the animal. He won a lamb. I want to thank Congressman Panetta for coming out and spending all day with us. In fact, he beat me there in the morning. And I think on Sunday, we'd both lost our voices after screaming all day over the ring. But there were some, again, incredible moments, including the heritage animal, which was purchased, I believe, for over $100,000. And then there was a lamb that went for over $500 a pound. And so some real community turnout for the kids to make sure that they put a little money in their pockets for their future endeavors, including college funds. So that was really cool to see. And then lastly, on Sunday, I did get to go say farewell to Dee Heckman, who I talked a little bit about last week. I just wanted to share kind of her parting thoughts. She asked that, for all of us to remember that she's comfortable. She's not upset with facing death, but she hopes that for all of us in our lives, no matter when death comes into it, it won't be a downward spiral. We have to see it as part of the evolution and process, and we can't let it be something that drags us down. We have to continue to live for those who've gone before us. So those were great words on her way out that she shared with all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for those inspirational words. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an update on one of the items we spoke on earlier on the Watsonville Community Hospital. I did a follow-up with CAO Carlos Palacios for Santa Cruz County, and he did mention that there are only $6 million to getting to a point where they could close the deal, and they're trying to work on a date of July 15th to finalize the sale. So they're a little bit ahead of schedule. They're closer than the last report I gave, but that's promising for the future of Watsonville Community Hospital. Secondly, I have my budget town hall next week on May 26th. It's for District 1 residents, but all Salinas residents are certainly welcome. But it's just to give an opportunity for my local constituents in the evening hours to be able to give some input and thoughts on our county budget for next year, as many cannot do it on Tuesday mornings. So I wanted to invite folks to come out to that, and the information is posted on my social media. Lastly, I wanted just to give a big shout out and wish happy birthday to my staff, Javier Gomez. He's been with me now 13 years. 1 year and working on the campaign, and 6 years in assembly, and now 6 years on the county board of supervisors. I want to wish him a happy birthday and thank him for all his hard work and dedication and all his collegiality and friendships with all our county employees, as well as he's always a positive guy in the office, but also with everyone else as well that has the privilege of knowing him. So happy birthday, Javi. thanks for doing such a good job and working hard for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Happy birthday, Javi. Just a couple of quick things. This Sunday, the Monterey Regional Fire Protection District is going to be having open houses at the Carmel Valley Village and the Toro Fire Stations. They open everything up 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock. It's a welcome opportunity for a tour of the station and look at the fire equipment displays. It's really a good opportunity for kids and families to get out. And then I want to also just talk about this past week was the Defense Language Institute's National Language Day. It was just one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. They bring thousands of school kids into to see the presentations, and each of the various languages do like a talent show sort of thing, showing some of the important dances and music of the culture that they're studying. Example, they had Korean fan dances, and they were just so colorful and so beautiful. About 12 people just doing these amazing synchronized performances. It was really lovely. I hope that others have the opportunity to see it in the coming years. I will ask for a readout from County Council, and then we will adjourn in memory of Juan Martinez.
There's no reportable action for the closed session.
Thank you so much. And now I am going to read some comments that were made by Senator Bill Monning, who was a close friend of Juan Martinez for many, many years. A local hero and one-of-a-kind Chicano activist, archivist, and warrior died on May 10th after a long battle with cancer. Juan Martinez defied all the odds and remained a fighter to the end. Inspired at an early age after he and his father came upon a horrible bus crash that killed 32 farm workers near Chular, Martinez devoted his life to improve conditions for immigrants in the Salinas Valley for almost 5 decades. He was known for his great sense of humor, his consistent si se puede attitude, his big ideas, his great storytelling, and his pride and dignity as a Gonzales-born Salinas Valley original. Juan's father was a World War II veteran who settled in Gonzales with Juan's mother. They had 4 children. Juan grew up being called Johnny and was known as Johnny by friends from his school days. He played football at Gonzales High School and grew up Chicano as farm workers movement took shape throughout California and the Southwest. As an 18-year-old high school student, Juan stood with Cesar Chavez as a volunteer member of his security team when the state Supreme Court ordered Cesar's release from the old Monterey County Jail in Salinas in December of 1970. The court ordered Cesar's release, recognizing the United Farm Workers Union's First Amendment right to picket. Juan is featured in a historic photo of Cesar's release just before Christmas Day. He was a longtime advocate of preservation of the old Salinas jail as a landmark to Cesar's historic incarceration and as what he believed would be an ideal site for a Salinas Valley Labor and Cultural History Museum. He shared a story, Martinez shared a story with Bill of his presence at the Chular Crossing Bracero bus crash in 1963, a tragedy in which the 32 immigrant workers were killed when a makeshift bus stalled on the Union Pacific Railroad line and was demolished by a passing train. As Juan remembered it, he and his father were driving south on Highway 101 when they saw the commotion in the fields shortly after the accident. Juan was 11 years old, and he entered the field with his father as they tried to help in the aftermath of the crash. Juan carried those memories and images of the dead workers, and he said it explains his lifelong commitment to farm worker justice. The Chular tragedy also inspired Juan to push the state legislature to name a segment of Highway 101 between Chular and Gonzales, the Bracero Memorial Highway. Those signs stand today on the north and southbound segments of the highway. For many, these signs stand as a testament and tribute to the Bracero workers who perished, and also as a tribute to Juan's efforts to establish the memorial markers. In addition to collecting documentation of the Chular bus crash and other tragic accidents that took the lives of Braceros, Juan became an archivist of much of the labor history of the Salinas Valley and Monterey County. He co-authored Voices of Change, the People's Oral History Project, a history of Monterey County with Gary Carnes and Karen Araujo. The book features a compilation of oral histories of community activists and organizers. He was a dedicated collector of classic lowrider cars, newspaper articles, posters, flyers, feathers of raptors, and much, much more. Always involved to use his collections, he amassed a large array of candidates' campaign signs and used them ingeniously to build shelters for those without homes in Monterey County. As he pointed out, the signs were lightweight and waterproof with laminated front and back. Juan will be missed by all who knew and loved him. As many have commented, Juan was one of a kind. He was a Salinas Valley original. He will be remembered for his wonderful catalog of stories and his capacity for injecting humor and drama into the stories he told. He will also be remembered for his abundant spirit, his generosity, his compassion, and his warrior activist presence. We will all miss you, Juan Martinez. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make comments on Juan Martinez?
Yeah, I would, Madam Chair. He was a real class act, and he was always a gentleman. I worked kind of opposite him a little bit when I headed up the strike force for the district attorney's office during the labor strikes, and we'd get into it when we were trying to keep everybody in the middle. And he was always one of the nicer people from the labor union that we dealt with. And recently, a couple years ago, he asked me to come out to the historic place on in Baranda there, and they interviewed me about our relation and the experiences, and we were talking about Ted Brown, who was housing the jail at that time when Caesar was in there, and so we had a good time catching up. But he was always a nice gentleman. So thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Juan was a resident of Gonzales until the very end, born and raised, and so just want to send our heartfelt condolences out to his family, which goes far beyond just blood. He really built a community around his work, around his movement. And so our hearts go out to all of them. I know when he passed, he'd been sick for a really long time and he fought, but it really still shook people because he was such a cornerstone. And so our hearts go out to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, have you any comments? Thank you. I remember Juan well, as often coming here to speak on various subjects. And one of the things I'll never forget about him are the incredible eyes that he had. And when he looked at you, you felt that he was looking all the way into your soul. He just was one of those incredibly sensitive and intuitive people. And I think you're right, John. He was a real class act and will be greatly missed by many, many people. So here's to the memory of Juan Martinez. Thank you all and good evening.
May rest in peace.